The Royal Commission is now in session.
Mr. Knowles.
Thank you, Commissioners. I call Ms Claire Hewitt and Professor Esther May.
Mr. Associate.
Ms Hewitt, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Professor May, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Good morning, Ms Hewitt, Professor May.
Morning.
Ms Hewitt, can you state your full name for the Royal Commission?
Claire Hewitt.
And Professor May, can you please state your full name for the Royal Commission?
Esther Julia May.
Thank you. Ms Hewitt, you have prepared, or there is a response that has been prepared by Allied Health Professions Australia, of which you are the Chief Executive Officer.
Yes.
And I'll just bring that up on the screen now. It's document RCD.9999.0325.0001. Now, you should be able to see a copy of the first page of that document on the screen.
Yes.
And that's from May this year. I'll bring up beside that a second document that has been prepared for Allied Health Professions Australia, entitled Supplementary Response to the Royal Commission on the Allied Health Proposals, document RCD.9999.0360.0001. Now that should be appearing on the screen alongside the earlier document, Ms Hewitt. Do you see that there?
Yes, I do.
And do you have a copy of both of those documents in front of you now?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Have you read those documents lately?
Yes.
And in your position as Chief Executive Officer of Allied Health Professions Australia, can you say that those documents correctly set out the position of Allied Health Professions Australia insofar as they relate to draft propositions that are presently before the Royal Commission?
Yes, I can.
I seek to tender those documents as a bundle, Commissioners.
Yes, well, first response and then the supplementary response will be Exhibit 17-19.
Professor May, can I turn to you? You have prepared a statement, document ID RCD.9999.0358.0001, and that now, the first page of it at least, should appear on the screen before you. Do you see that there?
Yes, I do.
Yes. And have you read your statement lately?
Yes, I have.
And you have a copy of it, I should say, before you there now?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Thank you. Are there any changes that you wish to make to your statement?
I have two small changes. So
Yes.
one is in clause 5. There is
Yes.
a typographical error where registered is mentioned twice within the sentence. So the registered with the capital R should be deleted. And then on page 3, clause 14, the date in the first line should be October 2019, not 2020.
Thank you, Professor May. Subject to those two changes, are the contents of your statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief? And are the opinions in that statement expressed by you genuinely held based on your expertise?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. I seek to tender the statement of Professor May, Commissioners.
Yes, the statement of Professor May will be Exhibit 17-20.
Ms Hewitt, can I ask you a little bit about your background? You're a dietitian by profession?
I am.
Yes, and before becoming the CEO of the Allied Health Professions Australia organisation, you were the CEO of Dietitians Association of Australia for over 14 years.
Yes.
And since 2018, you've been the CEO of Allied Health Professions Australia.
Yes.
And prior to that, you were a board member for some 14 years of Allied Health Professions Australia.
About 8 years.
8 years, pardon me, thank you. And can you tell the commissioners what your experiences have been in your work as a dietitian in the field of aged care?
I worked initially as a rural dietitian in central western New South Wales as the regional dietitian, and as part of my work there, I worked in aged care organisations and with older persons in the community, providing both face-to-face and food service advice to aged care. And then later in my career at Macarthur and in the south coast of New South Wales at Shoalhaven, I provided similar services. I then became Director of Community and Allied Health at Southwestern Sydney. Therefore, I had responsibility for all of the allied health professions, and a significant amount of work was done in working with aged care and liaising in the aged care space more broadly than dietetics.
Thank you. Professor May, you have been a registered occupational therapist since 1978.
That's correct.
Yes, and you're currently the Executive Dean of the University of South Australia's Clinical and Health Sciences Academic Unit.
That's right.
Yes, and you're also the Dean of Clinical Education and Equity for Allied Health and Human Performance, as well as for Clinical and Health Sciences at the same university.
That's right.
Thank you.
Across the health area. That's right.
And you've worked at that university in various academic positions since 1993.
Correct.
And among other things, you are also the chair of the Australian Council of Deans of Health Sciences.
That's right. Yep.
And you represent that body on the Australian Allied Health Leadership Forum.
Correct.
And Ms. Hewitt, you are also representing Allied Health Professions Australia on that same forum. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes, thank you. Can I ask you, Professor May, what does that forum do? What is it?
Okay, it's a forum that has brought together 5 national allied health organisations representing Aboriginal allied health, rural allied health, the allied health professions, the education sector, and the national allied health chief officers for the jurisdictions. And as those 5 national bodies, we've tried to get a unified voice of discussions with the Commonwealth about allied health workforce, about allied health policy development, and have advocated very strongly towards the recently announced Chief Allied Health Officer that has now been appointed within the Commonwealth. So we as a group are very representative of, I think, the broad spectrum of allied health areas of work, but also education and special areas. So.
Yes. Professor May, in your statement, apart from those higher level representative matters that you've referred to, you've also described a personal experience of your own in terms of seeking allied health services for your mother, who entered residential aged care in October last year. Can I just ask you to describe for the commissioners the nature and extent of access your mother has had to allied health services in her time in residential aged care since then? Okay,
so I have had to fight for her to get one podiatry access point over the, 6, 7, 8 months that she's been within aged care. So there is no systematic way that that facility is able to draw upon allied health services. And after having extensive research into what's happened in this Aged Care Commission, I will be certainly advocating for more access. I think it's her right to have that, but it's not been something that's been offered. It was not prioritised within her care plan that was developed by a clinical nurse, and there was no discussion with the family about what her needs were in relation to allied health services.
And do you think that there are needs that she has that could be met by provision of allied health services other than the podiatry that you say that you've had to fight for?
Absolutely. I mean, it's a very good facility. Her daily care needs around just caring in terms of cleanliness, etc., and routines around eating are very good. What she doesn't have is any sort of program that is a maintenance of her functions. So we as a family have noted her decline over this period that she has been in the aged care residential care setting. She does not, like just of this week, my brother visited her at 10 o'clock and she was still in bed. So there had been no effort to actually have her up and about within a normal cycle of routines that you would expect for people. And she was always one that was an early riser within her own home. So I do think that there are a lack of staffing that is contributing towards this, but also a lack of an individualised plan that supports her maintenance of the function that she went into the aged care with. So she went in because she has mobility issues, uses a walker, and is quite unsteady and had several major falls, but she also has cognitive decline with memory loss. So it was difficult for her to be able to maintain daily routines. And my expectation in supporting her to go into a residential care facility was that she would get better support around those areas related to her daily routines, and I've not witnessed that happening.
And what type of allied health professionals would you expect to be involved in terms of a program for her that prevents the decline that you've referred to and maintains her function and independence?
Okay, so her needs are around maintenance of endurance and her remaining strength so that she can easily get out of her chair, she can manoeuvre within her bed, she can take herself into her ensuite bathroom and be safe within that. She's already had 2 falls within the aged care facility. And I would expect that she should have a mobility program. I don't think it matters who delivers that. I think it matters about who sets up the program. So it could be a physiotherapist or it could be an exercise physiologist. I think the support that she needs is probably more at the allied health assisted level, where somebody would come and coach her and encourage her to do the activities. I also think she would benefit from an occupational therapy assessment about her daily living skills. What can she do safely? How much support should she have from the carer? What should they be encouraging her to do for herself? And then they have a very good lifestyle program. So recreationally, she's well taken care of. But within that, there isn't a graded program which then challenges her to use the capacities that she has remaining to ensure that they're maintained. So it's really about the staffing levels within the facility. I think if they had the funding, they would do it, but from their perspective, they don't have the funding that supports that type of a model.
Yes. Ms. Hewitt, can I turn to you? Who do you regard as having that responsibility for setting up a type of program for people like Professor May's mother and others in residential aged care? Who has that initial responsibility?
That initial responsibility should be within the aged care system. Yes. And within that aged care system, there should be appropriate funding for multidisciplinary allied health teams in aged care. Now, whether they're employed by the facility or perhaps in rural or remote areas, contracted in from a multidisciplinary practice, doesn't really matter, but it needs that strong multidisciplinary approach. It is very clear that allied health have skills to undertake those functional assessments. That's why the NDIS is moving to allied health to be undertaking all functional assessments. and that these assessments of both functionality and clinical need should be under the control of the aged care system. ARPA strongly contends that this is not a health model. This is an aged care model, and whilst there are health services that are required, the key thing is that this is embedded within the aged care system, and it is integrated, because just having people fly in and fly out, so to speak, does not embed a systemic approach to the care and reablement of older people. It's not just about going in one-to-one, talking to the person and leaving. It is about dealing with the other staff, the care staff who are there every day, the people who are serving the meals, the people who are getting people out of bed, the people who are assisting with showering. They all need to be part of the team. They all need to understand what's going on, and having a dedicated aged care, multidisciplinary allied health team is the key to that success.
You touched on a matter there, Ms. Hewitt, in terms of having a dedicated team, and I think you might have even used the word embedded at one point. How is that possible for providers that are smaller or in more remote or rural areas?
We believe there are two models. If you've got a large provider, particularly if they've got multiple sites in a metropolitan area, employing a team is relatively, well, not simple, but it is something that is easy enough to do. In a more rural and remote area, we believe it would probably be a somewhat different model, that there would be an external group of multidisciplinary allied health that could be contracted into those centres, that could provide support within the residential aged care facility, but also the community programs. And because there are thin markets in those areas, those people might also be providing other types of care in disability or in the local hospital. That is the nature of rural practice. So we don't believe there is a one-size-fits-all. It really does need to be tailored to the needs of the area and the facilities and what is available.
You heard Professor May mention earlier the involvement of allied health assistants. What role do you see them playing, perhaps particularly in that case of smaller providers or providers in rural and regional and remote settings?
Oh, we see that allied health assistants have a very important role, regardless of whether it's a rural or a metropolitan area, because their role is to work with the allied health provider. The allied health provider does the assessment, sets up the program, but the allied health assistant can be there on the ground on a daily basis, whereas the allied health professional may not be able to do that, especially if they're moving between facilities or between towns in a rural area. So properly trained allied health assistants working under the supervision of allied health professionals are a key part of the model.
Can I ask this, Ms. Hewitt? You mentioned just then the nature of the process needing to be multidisciplinary. Now, in terms of the coordination of that and you also mentioned the fact that this is something within the aged care system that needs to sit within the system and not some other system like the health system. Who coordinates that multidisciplinary team? Who do you see as being the person who is best placed to be responsible for coordinating the various players in that multidisciplinary team?
I think it could be in one of the allied health professionals. I don't think there's any one allied health professional who is the perfect person to undertake coordination. It could be, particularly if they're an employed model within the aged care system, it may well be a care coordinator within that system who could be allied health. They might be nursing. The important thing is that there is somebody who is central to that, who is providing a coordination role and ensuring that everybody is working together, and that coordinator role would also be part, I would suggest, of any auditing or quality process to ensure that all the reporting is done appropriately.
Thank you. Professor May, can I ask you, we've talked about, I think, the process for residential aged care and what is the best way of service delivery there, are there differences between the residential aged care setting and the aged care setting in the community that are important to bear in mind in terms of delivery of allied health services to aged care recipients?
I think the principles of the model are the same. It's around providing a multidisciplinary approach to support of people within their own homes. And I would refer the Commission, I think, to the model that I think already is described by the Commonwealth, which is the short-term restorative care program model that I think you will hear in the two people that are following us that have been done at Southern Cross Care. So it is only a 12-week, or I think an 8 or 12-week program, which is very much focused on a care package around functional decline and then putting an intervention in place in relation to that functional decline. It's I downloaded last night the program manual for that program. I think it lays out exactly what it is that we are all talking about within the allied health space. It has some very good examples of the types of clients, both in community and residential care, that are serviced through this restorative care program, which is very goal orientated to what the person themselves are seeing as the important areas they would like to see improvement in or maintenance of. And then the program is then designed around what those goals are. So within that manual, you will find examples, I think, that describe what I've listened to all the webinars from yesterday around the allied health models. And I think what people are talking about is the type of process described within that manual. But it's a flexible funding model and it's only provided on a very small scale at this stage.
When you say that, are you referring to the fact that it's limited to a 12-week period, Professor Martin?
It's limited to a 12-week period and it can be provided twice over a 1-year period. I think there's some tweaking of the program to allow it to be a longer-term approach. It's the approach within it that is the attractive component. The definition of what is meant by frailty, functional decline, the fact that within the program of the package there is a requirement to measure at the beginning of the services provided and at the end of the period what's happened around functional improvement, and that there is a focus on goals and functions of the individual. So it's very individualised approach.
Yes.
It's I think it's probably brings together, as I said, all the things that I've heard other witnesses describe within the last couple of days over this commission.
Thank you, Professor May. Ms. Hewitt, coming back to you and the point you make about, again, this being something that really is in the aged care system, and I take it then that you, as you mentioned earlier, you agree that the aged care provider is the one who has responsibility for making the arrangements to ensure that allied health services are provided for aged care recipients?
Yes, I do.
How, and that might involve contracting with third parties who provide those services. How are aged care providers to be, if they are responsible, how are they going to be held accountable for discharging that responsibility?
We believe that in terms of accountability, if there is already auditing processes, and those auditing processes would need to be adjusted to take into account the needs of allied health multidisciplinary care. For example, the auditors would need to be trained to understand what the needs of the clients are, what allied health services should be provided. Have those services been effectively provided? So that kind of the actual auditing would need to be expanded and aligned to providing comprehensive multidisciplinary services.
And when you refer to auditors there, Ms. Hewitt, you're, I take it, referring to a regulatory audit, is that right?
I am, but then sorry.
No, pardon me, I interrupted you unintentionally there. You proceed.
But also there would need to be regular reporting under normal reporting systems of what the aged care providers are providing to their clients according to, what the requirements of those reports, and those reports should, those reporting requirements should include extensive requirements about whether those services have been provided. At the moment, a good example is that, the requirement is adequate food and hydration is as a reporting requirement, and yet we know, malnutrition is a huge issue in aged care, but the level of reporting is quite minimal. So it would need to be a more extensive reporting requirement where the need for allied health, the need for restorative and ongoing care is embedded into those reporting requirements and then into the auditing regime.
Might I ask there, Ms. Hewitt, the response to that, likely in government, but more broadly in the community, is that the people working in the system will be spending their entire lives filling in forms, not providing hands-on care. How do you do this in an efficient way that's also effective?
Well, we certainly contend that having that coordinator role is an important role, not just in coordinating the care, but also ensuring it happens and reporting on it. We are not suggesting that this needs to be a vastly onerous process, but at the moment, there are no reporting requirements about those allied health or restorative care issues. Then that needs to be embedded. We are not for a moment suggesting this needs to be a massive and onerous process, but it needs to be recognised that these things need to be part of good, effective and person-centred aged care.
One presumes that the way to do that would be to have an application that applies equally in terms of the team's work about what's actually being delivered, and then can have the material transported centrally to ensure that reporting happens automatically. Would that be your view?
That seems to be, it's not something ARPA has formed a view on, but that seems to be a reasonable proposition, yes.
Thank you.
Just in terms of those reporting requirements that you're referring to, what sort of measurable and explicit indicators are you referring to? I presume you're referring to something that is measurable and explicit, Ms. Hewitt?
Yes.
And if so, what would it be? What would it be based on? Would it be based on inputs or throughputs or outputs or a combination?
We contend it would be based on if the person has an appropriate functional and then clinical care assessment, that whatever those recommendations are of those assessments, that this particular service is needed or this allied health intervention is needed, that has actually been followed through and that those services have been provided, because often these things are recommended, but they just don't happen, and there doesn't appear to be any accountability for that. So it's, here's the assessment, here's the care plan, has the care plan been followed through, have these services been provided?
You just said, Ms. Hewitt, that these things don't happen. What do you base that on? You're saying that allied health services are not provided to people who need them in aged care. Is that what you're effectively saying?
Absolutely. I would completely concur with Professor May that it is. There are many services that could be and should be provided that are not, and we have many anecdotal examples of where people are left without intervention, not just for a few weeks, for months, even years, where allied health could have and should have intervened, and the quality of life of that person would have been greatly enhanced. So yes, we are absolutely clear that those services are not being provided.
And Professor May, can I turn back to you? do you have a view? Firstly, I should ask, do you agree with that from your experience?
I think I do, but I think it's not because of intent by Allied Health Services. I think it's the funding model that currently exists that drives the activities that are provided. So I think yesterday you heard from some of the Allied Health providers around the ACFI funding that is really driving the service delivery model rather than the individual client needs being a response from Allied Health to what those needs are. And that some organisations have embedded Allied Health practitioners within their services. I contend that they're providing a better quality of care for their residents and aged care community dwellers than occurs when it's not being an embedded model like that. I would like to also return to your question you asked around the accountability, because again, yes, within the short-term restorative care, it makes very clear that the use of the flexible funding requires to have a flexible care agreement put in place, and that the majority of the funds are primarily spent on care delivery, not on things like entertainment or hotel services, and that there is a reporting mechanism built into that funding model. So I think the Commonwealth already has a mechanism through which they could, if extended beyond a short-term restorative model, could actually provide the funding mechanism towards aged care services to be able to deliver the multidisciplinary team. And this model is all about, it has to be multidisciplinary, there have to be 3 or more professions involved, and it could be a medical officer, it could be a nurse, as well as allied health. It's not just about allied health, and it's delivering a tailored multidisciplinary package of services to a resident or community dwelling person to be able to address particularly areas of decline and frailty. And I just think that is what I think allied health within the aged care sector is about. It's more of a wellness model of maintenance of life quality than it is about clinical services. And in order to get the right attitude and approach and culture towards it, I think there has to be a flexible funding model that allows for the development, but with guidelines around what the aims and objectives of these models are. And again, within this program, there is a requirement to do a modified Bartel instrument around client function levels pre and post the delivery of that service. I think there needs to be that sort of accountability built in, that if it's a bit like within the private healthcare system for rehabilitation, you have to do a functional independent measure prior to a period of rehabilitation of which the private health funds will then provide the funding for that. And it's based on improvement over that period of time. If there is decline over that period of time, it probably needs a much more intensive clinical model going in, because it may not be the right program for what the client's needs are. So if they're in palliation, for example, palliative care, or if they're in very severe cognitive decline, it may be that this is not the right package and that there's very specialised services required in those cases. So I think, but for the majority, and I'd say the majority that I've seen within aged care, they would all benefit from this type of an approach to restoration and maintenance of their capabilities and capacities.
Yes, thank you. I think Commissioner Briggs might have a question for you.
Yes, I do. Our research shows us, Professor May, that older people don't necessarily understand what these services are. Terms like rehab, restoration, whatever, mean nothing to them. No. So they ask for the more basic services like house cleaning and so on. What is it that could help older people understand what's here?
Well, I think we have the mechanism there in the ACAT assessment. In order to get into the system, there already is the requirement to have an assessment process. And I sat through that ACAT with my mother, and I have a brother who's a general practitioner, and he sat there with me. And we listened to that process and observed it, and I was horrified. It was a pen and pencil, sit down, ask a battery of questions that went on for probably an hour. There was no observation of function at all. It was purely based on what response my mother gave. And for some of it, she could not understand the questions being asked, just because the person had an accent, and that wasn't taken into account. So I think there's improvements within the ACAT. The original entry point into aged care services should be a very comprehensive, holistic approach to assessment. That is maybe not just a pen and pencil, but actually an observation of people's function. And that's where an allied health team can work with that. But then what we then got was a letter saying you are now able to get a level 3 package to start with, and then it got upgraded to a level 4 package. And please give this to one of the providers who then can deliver what is your requirements within it. There was no explanation of what services that ACAT, what issues the ACAT assessment had picked up, what might be a useful intervention or support mechanism for her. It was then purely left up to the service provider to be able to determine that. Now, because she was a self-funded retiree, then we actually only got some personal care support for her within the home around her daily living needs, particularly in relation to showering and safety around that area, and did not bring in the allied health because the cost was prohibitive in terms of that. And so I used some of my networks around having some students involved that did some exercise physiology work with her in the home over the first 2 years. And then we as a family did the home notifications that she required to her bathroom, etc. because of the skills we had.
So what we're seeing there, Professor May, is the assessment process is really a funding implement. Absolutely. Rather than an effective assessment arrangement. And then we as a country have to trust that a provider will take this a step further, and as you say, that they may assist with some lower range services but not direct to the higher cost, more effective services, which is very disappointing.
I think that's a good summation of what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just on the question of funding, Ms. Hewitt, you have, well, I should say the Allied Health Professions Australia has put forward an alternative model in the supplementary response. Can you just briefly outline to the commissioners some of the broad aspects of that? It's already in writing, but just in terms of some of the broad aspects, can you describe what it is and how you say it would work?
Well, basically, we are looking, again, I reiterate that importance with the funding model of a proper, comprehensive assessment on entry that underpins everything that happens. Because if that doesn't happen, then the services do not come into play. But we are proposing 2 levels of service. We note that the Commission talks about ongoing care, but we don't necessarily feel that defining ongoing in a box and episodic in another box is useful, that there are ongoing care needs and they may be episodic, and there are, again, the intensive restorative care services that Esther has described so well. So the funding for both of those...
Can I just ask there, Ms. Hewitt, sorry to interrupt, but how would you have a situation in which care was both ongoing at one level and episodic as well? I just am keen to hear how you would describe that.
Well,
by way of example, for instance.
Well, for example, you might have, if somebody has a mental health issue, now that mental health issue might be they are very sad about actually going into residential aged care, or a relative's died or something like that. Their mental health needs are immediate, they have some short-term episodic care as part of their assessment and their package, and that may be what they need. Whereas another person with mental health needs may need a different form of ongoing mental health care. So you can't sort of say that, well, mental health care is episodic and other things are on, for example, nutrition support is ongoing. Again, there may be upticks in what you're doing with a person over a period of time. They might have ongoing care and then they might have a decline, and you really need to push that service up for a short period of time. So to sort of try and make the distinction between them is actually quite difficult.
Yes. Could you, just in terms of that distinction, and we're obviously referring to the draft proposition A5 at this point, and I won't take you to it given that I'm sure you're familiar with the terms of it, both of you. But that does draw a distinction between, on the one hand, frequent and ongoing allied health services and funding for them, and on the other hand, infrequent or episodic services and funding for those services. It's not to say by drawing that distinction you have to fall in one or the other. You could get both at the same time. You could have this underlying level of ongoing services as well as on top of that episodic services.
Yes, absolutely. And that's what we're saying, that they really are something that run either in parallel or even together. Yes. So having different funding systems for those types of care, it is not conducive to continuity of care or that whole sort of collaborative, multidisciplinary approach within an institution. If you've got people providing ongoing care and, for example, that you need an intense restorative care episode within that, bringing that from somewhere else is not necessarily helpful to that individual who already has relationships with people who have been doing their ongoing care. Whilst there's two different levels of care, they should be under the same funding system. They're at different levels, but under the same funding system within aged care, not coming from outside, because that simply produces discontinuity and it just adds even more complexity to the mix in aged care services.
So by that, Ms. Hewitt, are you saying that what you would like to see is that there be funding, whether it's for whatever kind of service in allied health, where should that funding be directed in the first instance?
That in terms of who holds the funding?
Yes.
It should be the aged care providers who are holding that funding, obviously under clear rules about how that is used and with checks and balances, but it should be held with the aged care system. There are obviously things that will from time to time need to come in from health, something that's sort of very infrequent. If the person suddenly gets acutely sick, well, yes, they probably do need the doctor and the pharmacist and maybe a chest physio to come in, or the physio in the centre to do something medical for a short period of time. But the majority of this care is not about health care. It is about aged care. It is about wellness. It is about maintenance of function. We're not trying to cure anybody. We're trying to make them maintain or help them maintain their function and independence as long as they can within an aged care setting.
I understand that, but it seems to me that what you're doing is reacting against funding going to the health system and saying that it needs to be somewhere else other than health, and the only alternative you're seeing is the aged care system. Should the funding be provided entirely separately through another government stream, for example?
Oh, well, that is a possibility. I mean, if there is an appetite to set up another bureaucracy to maintain this another funding stream, I suppose that is a possibility. I'm always wary about a lot of money going into more bureaucracies. If there is something existing that we can use, then that's probably a good way of approaching it. But it could be a completely different funding pool, but it needs to be from that aged care, restorative, dignity, maintenance of functionality, rather than that sort of curative medical model in the health system.
Could I just raise in relation to that I did note in looking at some of the Commonwealth sites that there is an aged care pricing commissioner who looks at the residential deposit that's paid above 550,000, but also reviews the determination of who can charge for extra service packages. Now, I would have thought that service packages that are related to support of older people's function could be something potentially that might be able to sit under such a commissioner, and that if already there is a review and audit process in relation to the two areas that that commissioner has as his functions, I would propose that that is worth looking at as to whether this type of stream of funding might be something that could then fit as a third function for that type of a commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor May. You have just anticipated my next question, which was about if all the money is going to the aged care provider, how would one engage in an external review and auditing process? And I think you've put forward a possible way of doing that. Are there any other ways that you wanted to describe of doing that?
It's not my expertise area, but I mean, I think the principle is that what we're wanting is we want people that are dedicated to aged care career. We want young people attracted into the servicing of aged care as a career development framework. And we've worked at the university very hard to give students exposure to the aged care industry by giving them very positive experiences around their training and making that a high priority so that they do get that exposure. And what we've found in doing that is that it has attracted allied health graduates into the aged care industry. And I think this is the cultural change that we need. We need to be able to have it as an employment model that attracts youth and a career development framework within that sector. And the current model is not where you build your career. You come in having built it somewhere else, and you come in either at management level or service delivery model, which is around your own business development, rather than a career development framework that sits within the aged care sector, gives you opportunity for both ongoing qualification and development, but also gives you the opportunity to be able to really serve those clients. And I think if you ask any allied health practitioner, what they want is that they want a career that makes a difference to the clients that they serve. And we currently don't have that type of an employment model within the aged care sector that is really allowing, except for those facilities where they're employing their allied health practitioners. And again, I think you will hear that from Jo Boylan in the next session, where she will talk about the allied health practitioners that they employ. And that is an interesting career pathway, and it means that the younger people will stay within those positions because they are getting a meaningful career within the aged care sector.
Yes, thank you, Professor May. Ms. Hewitt, I don't think I had turned to you yet in terms of that external review and auditing of if the money was all to go to the aged care provider. Did you have a view about how that might occur and who might undertake that task?
Again, that is not my area of expertise, like Esther. But I would say that what she has identified as a possible solution that is already there does seem reasonable. There certainly would need to be oversight of the funding and the insurance that the lion's share of the money goes to the actual service delivery to the client, but also ensuring that the systems are supported to continue that restorative process. It's not just about one-to-one stuff. It is are the systems around within that aged care facility, are they conducive to also supporting that that wellness and restorative approach? So the funding it's important that it is assessed such that that the care delivery is there, but also that the systems around the care delivery are there to provide support. If somebody needs, for example, has a swallowing issue and needs mealtime supports, it's not just paying for the speech pathologist to assess the swallowing, it's making sure that there are the staff there to provide that mealtime support. So it's more complex than just ensuring that somebody, that so much money is spent on getting allied health in.
Can I ask you each, just as a last question, in the time that we have available, and I'll start with you, Stuart. And you've already alluded to the problems that exist in terms of service delivery of allied health services in aged care. Systemically, what would you like to see improved in terms of the delivery of allied health services in aged care?
Systemically, allied health has to be seen as a priority. It has not been, and that is not necessarily a criticism of individual aged care providers or anything like that. A lot of it is about the system and the funding system. And I think the most important thing is that the funding system addresses that holistic approach to care, and it starts right at the beginning from that first assessment, whether you're in community or going into a residential aged care facility, that assessment needs to be comprehensive. There needs to be much greater health literacy or aged care literacy for the people and their families going into care, but there needs to be a change of culture. This isn't a holding pen for God. It is actually about somewhere where people can have dignity and quality of life, and allied health professionals can provide a crucial service in that, and that needs to be a culture change and a different way of thinking, that allied health are valuable and they don't just add a burden to aged care in terms of funding, that properly applied, these restorative services actually reduce the workload and the burden on the other people, the other staff in the facility, if all sorts of things are managed more effectively through that multidisciplinary holistic approach.
Yes. Professor May, can I ask you the same question just to finish up? What would you like to see systemically to improve the delivery of allied health services in aged care?
I grew up in the period where South Australia probably had the best community health services of the country and even internationally. So we had a very, very strong domiciliary care service. It was multidisciplinary. It was very often involved geriatricians as part of the team. And I think the services that were provided through that in a multidisciplinary way into both community and into residential care were some of the best in the world. I think if we look back to what happened over the period of why that got dissolved, we get back to the, I think, fundamental issue we have about the division between state funding and Commonwealth funding, and that there needs to be some integration around a allied health service that is integrated into both community and residential care. How we get to that, I think that's your challenge as the commissioners to come up with the solutions to this, listening to all of us with our views. But I do think we've had a very good history of what we can do. We've lost it. I think we have to go back and look at what was it about that care coordination that occurred at that time and the focus that was on about goal development and support of older people around their needs rather than around system needs. And if we can get back to that through a commission like this, I think we'll be all very well placed for the next 30 to 50 years. I think the common issues that you hear now are around the funding streams driving the types of services delivered, rather than the needs of the individuals driving what services should be provided. And if we can get that fundamental shift, I think we will do ourselves a lot of good for all of us that are moving towards the our second half of life, of which we ourselves will be wanting the services that we're talking about today. I would like to go into an aged care facility if required, or stay at home, knowing that I can easily access those supports that are going to enable me to continue to reach my full potential. And I don't think currently we've got that.
Thank you, Professor May. Commissioners, I have no further questions for these witnesses.
Thank you. Commissioner Briggs, I think Ms. Hewitt and Professor May, thank you very much. Some of these issues seem obvious when one states them. The complexities around them are often sometimes surprising, but thank you. You've helped us a great deal in the work that you've put into matters for our consideration. We're very, very grateful, and thank you for the time today.
Thank you very much.
We're now going to adjourn, I think, for 15 minutes. So we'll resume at 10:45 Melbourne time.
The Royal Commission is adjourned until 10:45 a.m. The Royal Commission is now in session.
Ms. Hill?
Commissioner, I call Alan Candy, Josephine Horner and Tim Henwood, who will give evidence as a panel. I indicate that before these witnesses are sworn, there's an appearance to be made.
Yes.
May it please the Commission, my name is Wheel and I appear on behalf of Southern Cross Care.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Hill. Ms. Hill?
I now ask that the witnesses are sworn with me.
Madam Associate?
Mr. Candy, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do. I do.
Ms. Boylan, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Dr. Henwood, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Yes,
Mr. Candy, could I please ask you to state your full name?
Yeah, my name is Alan John Candy.
And Mr. Candy, you're the CEO at the Churches of Christ Life Care, or Life Care as it's known,
That is correct.
and that's a position you've held for 10 years, but you've been working in aged care for about 14 years.
That is correct.
And whereabouts are you located?
Our Life Care is based in Adelaide.
And could I ask you to briefly describe Life Care, including consideration as to the nature of aged care services that Life Care provides, how many residential facilities Life Care operate, the size of those facilities, and how much home care you may or may not offer as part of those aged care services?
Certainly. Our Life Care operates 5 residential aged care facilities across Adelaide, a total of 460 beds. We have about 180 home care packages across all regions of Adelaide. We have a day therapy centre or a wellness centre, which is funded under CHSP. We have a respite cottage, which provides overnight and day respite. We have a number of retirement villages across the state.
And in preparation for your evidence this morning, you prepared a statement for the Royal Commission.
That is correct.
And have you got a copy of that statement there in front of you?
I certainly do.
I'll ask the operator to bring up the statement that bears the document ID RCD stop 9999 stop 0312 stop 0001. Are you able to see a copy of the statement you prepared on the screen in front of you?
I certainly am.
And that statement is dated 25 March 2020?
That is correct.
And are the contents, pardon me, are there any changes you'd seek to make to that statement?
No, very happy with the statement as submitted.
And is the content of the statement true and correct?
To the best of my knowledge, the statement is true and correct.
And in response to the propositions that the Royal Commission has asked you, pardon me, Life Care has provided a response to propositions in May of this year in consideration of propositions.
It is correct.
And have you got a copy of that response document in front of you, Mr. Candy?
I do.
And I'll ask the operator to please display document ID RCD stop 9999 stop 0357 stop 0001. Pardon me, I've read out the wrong number. It should be RCD stop 9999 stop 0334. Mr. Candy, do you see Life Care's response to the Royal Commission propositions on the monitor there in front of you?
I certainly do.
Commissioner, I seek to tender those response to propositions and the statement of Alan Candy as a bundle.
Yes, that'll be Exhibit 17-21.
Dr. Henwood, could I ask you to please state your full name?
My name is Dr. Timothy Robert Henwood.
And could you please describe the role that you're presently in, Dr. Henwood?
I'm currently Southern Cross Care's Group Manager for Community Wellness and Lifestyle. My role is very focused in the reablement and the restoration of Southern Cross Care's community clients. Within my portfolio, I have the community health and wellness teams, who are the vast allied health therapy and 3 state-of-the-art gymnasiums. I also have the community respite, where we have 2 cottages and an in-community program. And then we also have community transition care, the transition care for transitioning people back from hospital into home. And we also have the short-term restorative care, the 8-week intensive program to re-enable people back towards independence before they have a life-changing event.
And in respect of Southern Cross Care, you're located in Adelaide, but it's Southern Cross Care, South Australia, Northern Territory and Victoria, who you're engaged by.
I am.
And how many residential facilities and what is the size of the residential facilities that come under the purview of Southern Cross Care, South Australia, Northern Territory and Victoria?
We have 17 residential aged care facilities, but I would need to default to Joe Boylan to give an accurate answer about the size of the facilities.
Certainly. And I'll turn now to you, Ms Boylan. Can I ask you to please state your full name?
My name is Josephine Therese Boylan.
And you're sitting there present with Dr Henwood this morning?
Yes.
And you work there with Dr Henwood at Southern Cross Care, South Australia, Northern Territory and Victoria in executive services?
That is correct.
And you've been in that role for about 6 years?
That is correct.
And you are qualified as a registered nurse?
Yes.
And you've worked as a registered nurse for about 25 years?
Yes, I have.
And with respect to that question I put to Mr Boylan, could I ask you to briefly describe the nature of residential facilities that Southern Cross Care, South Australia, Northern Territory and Victoria operate?
We have 17 aged care homes, approximately 1,500 residents. We also have a care awaiting placement program in different parts of Adelaide, transitional care program as well, so that makes up about 88 beds. Our focus is on reablement. We believe we're in the business of health promotion, so we have put gyms into all of our aged care homes, and in those gyms we have personal trainers or exercise physiologists to help keep people as fit as they can be, as strong as they can be, and push back on the disability.
Ms Boylan, you prepared a statement in advance of your evidence to the Royal Commission this morning?
Yes, I did.
And have you got a copy of that statement there in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And I'll ask the operator to please display document ID WIT stop 1348 stop 0001 stop 0001. Do you see a copy of your statement on the monitor before you?
Yes, I do.
And you've also prepared pardon me, are there any changes that you seek to make to that statement?
No, I don't.
And contained within that statement, Ms Boylan, there are 5 appendices?
Yes.
And the statement itself is dated 14 April 2020.
That is correct.
And are the contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes, they are.
And I was about to take you to, and I'll do that now, to 2 documents that you prepared in response to propositions that the Royal Commission has asked you to consider. Could I ask the operator to please display the first document, RCD stop 9999 stop 0357 stop 0001. Do you see on the monitor before you a document entitled Adelaide Hearing 5 Draft Propositions?
Yes, I do.
And could I ask the operator to display alongside that document ID RCD stop 9999 stop 0357 stop 002?
Yes, I do.
And are they the responses that Southern Cross Care, South Australia, Northern Territory and Victoria has prepared for the commissions?
Yes, we have.
And you see both of those on the screen before you?
Yes.
Commissioner, I seek to tender the response documents of Southern Cross Care, South Australia, Northern Territory and Victoria, together with that statement dated 14th April and appendices as a bundle.
Yes, that will be Exhibit 17, or they together will be Exhibit 1722. Although I think for the benefit of the transcript, the last four numbers of the last document was incorrectly stated as 0002, in fact it's 0020.
Yes, thank you for that, Commissioner.
Yes.
Ms. Boylan, you've given a brief overview of what it is you're doing at Southern Cross Care, but I ask you to evaluate how you think Southern Cross Care, South Australia, Northern Territory Victoria branch are going with the allied health services that they offer for the residents of the residential care homes for home care recipients.
I can. I would say we're going very, very well. So for the last 6 years, we've put in the gyms, we've put in the staff and the structures that are required to improve people's health. And if I were to evaluate that and give you numbers, at the moment I would say we've got over 1,100 people accessing our gyms at this time. We've got, in the last 2 years, we've had a 67% reduction in transfers to hospital. We have zero physical restraint other than maybe one or two requested bed rails. So we have a significant reduction in wounds. So if we were looking at outcomes, and we're very much focused on outcomes, we would say that this is the model to improve people's health and well-being.
Ms. Boylan, what is it in your experience that's happening at an executive level that allows for you to give yourself that evaluation?
I must admit we've got an exceptional board and we've got an exceptional executive team, and they're very committed to this model, to being, and we're very aware of the responsibility that we have in shaping well-being and not shaping ill-being. We know that the ACFI and the ADAC model are deficit-funded funding models, and we know if we stayed with that structure and design and thinking, we would continue to shape ill-being. So the executive and the board have made a very strong commitment to not doing that and to investing in health promotion and making that accessible to everyone we provide services for, whether it's residential or community.
Dr. Hemwood, turning to you, what do you need at an executive level, and what's your experience on the ground that allows Southern Cross Care to deliver that reablement focus to its residents in residential care, recipients of home care and CHSP? What do you do on the ground? What do you look for from your executive? How do the two marry up?
So, as Joe said, in the organisation, we've got a significant top-down approach. Without the support of the board, without the support of the executive, without the mission of the organisation, this healthy ageing piece that we're able to put into place for our clients, independent of whether they're in residential or community care, would not be possible. And because we have leaders from the top of the organisation, then we also have carers, allied health professionals, graduates, all working within this model as well. So we get effectively a top-down and a bottom-up approach where the client is the beneficiary of this outcome. And in turn, what we've got is strong, passionate teams of people who really do believe that our clients can have a positive change in their health and well-being. And we demonstrate that over and over again, where we're able to re-able people, independent of their age, their disease or their disability, back to a higher level of well-being. We continuously see, and we've had some great good luck stories in residential aged care where people have actually been able to go home because we've re-abled them so well. We've seen people who've had reductions in their medications, reductions in their low function, reductions in their disease in the residential aged care setting. We've seen continuously over and over again in the community setting, people pushing back on that increasing dependency so that they can continue to interact with their families, their communities, and live in their own homes. And again, I back Joe in saying that without the board, without the exec directing that, then we would not be able to do it as an organisation.
Ms Boylan, you've referred to the changes that have taken, or you've referred to your experience over the past 6 years and the changes that have happened at Southern Cross Care in that time. Is it your experience that Southern Cross has always delivered allied health services well, or are there systemic changes that you've had to make along the journey to achieve those outcomes?
I believe we have made some changes, but putting it in context, it's very hard for the aged care industry if their ACFI is low because they can't resource what they need to do. So we have absolutely systematically and very intentionally increased our ACFI so that we can actually afford and resource a health promotion approach in every interaction with every resident. It's not an expensive model, but it's very hard and you need a lot of resources to push the ACFI forward. And that's what I've done over the last 6 years. I've used the resourcing out of the ACFI to build this model because the model is very dependence focused. So we've had to change all of our systems, all of our structures, from job descriptions to appraisals to a whole array of systems to create that health within, including gyms, personal trainers, exercise classes. And this is, instead of that more sedentary type of behaviour, we're a much more active group. And we say that to our residents, this is where you come to live and to continue on in that second phase of your life. So it not only is more active, there's a significant improvement in outcomes. We do use the resources from the funding from the ACFI to be able to do that. Many aged care organisations, particularly if they're small, would struggle to do that.
Mr. Candy, how would you evaluate the approach that LifeCare adopts to the delivery of allied health services for its aged care recipients? How are you going?
Yeah, look, I think we've made some great strides in the last couple of years. We've probably got a slightly different approach to Southern Cross. We've tried to bring a true wellbeing approach to everything we do. And obviously with true wellbeing, health is part of that, but we've tried to create multidisciplinary teams. We're including allied health. We employ all our own physios, OTs, exercise physiologists. But we've looked outside and we thought, well, we've got our chaplains in there to take care of spiritual health. And we've done some research and we found a program in Spain that we brought in, which included bringing a couple of Spanish psychologists to Australia. And we've been working, our OTs have been working with these Spanish psychologists to adapt the Spanish model to the Australian conditions. But we think by bringing it all together in a multidisciplinary team, which we've trialled in the community and are currently running in a couple of our facilities, we're getting some really good outcomes. We've people that hadn't walked that are walking. We've got people that couldn't speak, that lost the ability to speak English, that have regained the ability to speak English, and it's just changed their entire wellbeing and how they interact with everybody, including their family. So we've taken a slightly broader, and I guess in terms of the propositions we're talking today, we've kind of brought the allied health and that lower level but very frequent mental health issue around boredom and isolation together to try and create a solution.
And Mr. Kennedy, what strategies does Life Care employ on the ground to achieve those outcomes?
It starts with in residential care, it's about getting one assessment where we capture all of it, and we put that through the multidisciplinary team. In the community, it's been very much goal-driven, where we've actually sat down with the individuals participating in the programs we're running, and we've set their goals. And in both cases, every 6 months, we're reviewing progress. But similar to Southern Cross, we think the sector has to move away from this deficit model, and we just do things. We have to move to an outcome model, and those outcomes have to be linked to resident goals. So we're actually tracking through two different assessment tools, but one in the community and one in residential care, how we're progressing. Are we meeting people's goals? And if we're not, why not? And we can actually show how we're progressing after 6 months in each setting. It's been quite powerful. And it's a great thing for people to be able to show their families, look, I'm improving in these areas. And the family's actually noting that mum or dad has actually improved in those areas, and now we've got some evidence to back it up.
Mr. Kennedy, what do you do at Life Care at the assessment stage when someone first enters residential aged care or engages Life Care for the delivery of community-based care?
We have a very full assessment of their needs, their wants, their desires, and we look at all their medical. We set some goals with them, and we set up a program, particularly in community care, to actually achieve those goals and meet their outcomes. And it's continually reviewed. So we've got a very multidisciplinary approach where we bring everybody together to look at it. So rather than having individuals acting on a part of someone's well-being or health, we bring them all together and we get a very team-based focus on how we move forward with individuals.
Dr. Haywood, I'll address this to you, but I appreciate you might want to jump in also. And before I do, I'll turn to Commissioner Briggs so I can see he's got hang on.
I'd like to follow up the question of teams. Something you just said then really sparked an issue in my mind. We know that multidisciplinary teams bring a series of different skills to focus on the one issue. It is a good idea. But I kind of got the feeling there from what you were saying, Mr. Candy, that it also ignites a spark so that the team is actually engaging on those goals and working together toward the achievement of that goal. Is that the experience of both of you? I'm seeing nods, but I'd like to hear from Mr. Candy and then... No?
Certainly that's what we're trying to achieve. It's difficult for some people to move to that, but certainly that's the goals we're trying to achieve. And you're right, we find by bringing different people together, they're all working on individuals. They're all seeing a different aspect of that individual. And we are driving better outcomes, and they feel more engaged, and we certainly get a more holistic view of the person rather than the traditional model where you get very episodic. I'm worrying about wound management. Someone else is worrying about meaningful activities for me. Someone else is worrying about my spiritual care, and there's no connection. So by bringing together, it makes our teams work better, and we believe it drives much better outcomes for the resident.
Can I hear from Southern Cross on that as well? Because this is quite important to how we describe what we think is necessary as things go forward.
I'll start first and then I'll let Tim speak. So what we do in our residential homes, and we do this also in community in our home support, is that we have people that may fall below the disability threshold. And so we observe that, we recognise it, and we act very quickly. And one of the key things to do when you're supporting someone to rehabilitate or to restore is to find out what is important to them. And we leverage off what is important to them and make their goals around that so that they become meaningful, and we're linking in to what is important to them. We then put a 12-week intensive program in place, which would be episodic or infrequent, and we work towards their goals. And they're reviewed, sometimes they're reviewed weekly, depending on the progression that we need, that intensive progression. So this 12-week program can sometimes finish at 5 weeks because they reach the end very, very quickly and they've reached their goal. But having this opportunity, this access in aged care to have a preventative or a intervention that can quickly pull people out of a setback and put them back into their normal life is really, really powerful. And we, like I said, we do that through their meaningful goals.
In the community setting, we use a very multidisciplinary approach to make sure people are on the best health pathway. We have 9 represented allied health clinicians and therapists in our teams. They are present at each one of our 3 primary health and wellness sites. And we take new clients as they enter the service, and then we also have existing clients who've had a change in their situation who are case conference at one of these meetings on a weekly basis. And the aim is for those teams to work together and leverage their expertise so that, as I said before, that client can get onto their best health pathway. And we apply this across a variety of levels for the community sector. We have high-risk meetings for high-risk clients who have dementia or who have level 4 packages and high care needs, and then all the way back down to our CHSP clients who are using that aged care entry-level program to get started. And if they present to us, for example, with lower back pain, then we're looking at the holistic picture. Is it a foot strike issue? Is it a shoulder issue? Is it a spinal issue? Our podiatrists, our physiotherapists, occupational therapists, exercise physiologists, dietitians, social work, exercise scientists, registered nurses are all working together to make sure we're ironing out what is the needs for that client. We're then at baseline, we do a comprehensive health assessment, and we line that up to the client's goals to make sure that we're prescribing individually for each client. We don't have a cookie-cutter approach to our treatment to make sure if people need balance, mobilisation, flexibility, then we're identifying those needs and we're putting those sorts of things into their programming. And it works quite significantly. As I said before, we're seeing people truly push back on changes independency and increase their capacity to live in their own homes and maintain family and community interactions.
Thank you. So Mr. Candy, in effect, what we're seeing is that in both cases, the staff or the team are dealing with a whole range of issues from their professional perspectives and, in fact, egging people on to address those issues and help the older person meet their goals.
Absolutely, Commissioner. Otherwise the system, the way it works, the funding, we promote currently in aged care, if you don't step outside the box, we promote learned helplessness. We have someone who can't walk, can't do something, and we get very paternalistic, we look after them, make them comfortable, we don't try and get it back for them or set a new pathway for them to overcome. So I think the multidisciplinary approach is absolutely critical. And we're in our approach, we're bringing psychologists in and bringing that mental health into that multidisciplinary team, as well as our nursing staff, lifestyle people, and all our allied health staff. So we've got a slightly broader approach, looking more holistically at the individual. But I think it's the way to go. If you're not doing that, you are just going to be promoting that learned helplessness.
Yeah, I think what you both described is what a truly highly performing team looks like in this area. So back to you, Ms. Hill. Sorry for the interruption.
Not at all, Commissioner. Witnesses, I'll address this question to the three of you, but I'll call on you, Dr. Henwood, to respond first. Knowing what you know of the allied health services that both Southern Cross Care and Life Care offer and the manner in which those services are provided to aged care recipients receiving care from your respective providers. Expanding from that point which Commissioner Briggs has just raised around the multidisciplinary teams, do you observe commonalities between the two different approaches that you both take to the delivery of allied health services that you consider should be front and centre when the commissioners are contemplating what to do about allied health services and access to allied health services for aged care recipients. Dr. Henwood?
So the commonality is the holistic approach, where we come at it from many different angles using our team's expertise to actually then work with the client, support the client to help them be on that best health pathway. As allied health professionals, we can drive that pathway, but we need to support the client, help the client set goals that align to that pathway for the client to participate. The current way we do this, where people come in through our referral pathways or in through any of the front doors that we have open for community health and wellness, we don't have any barriers for people to get into that pathway. So we can internally refer from a physio to a podiatrist. We can internally refer from a physio to an exercise physiologist. And we can support that client without them having to go in and out of our services to get them onto that pathway, get them onto that pathway as quickly as possible, support them to get as well as they can be over a short time frame, and then get them into a maintenance period where they can continue to be well until they have another change in situation, which we can then reassess and again change that pathway to meet their changing needs.
Would you like to add anything there, Ms. Boylan, or shall I turn to Mr. Tandy?
I'd just like to add that I think the aged care industry is desperate, is really wanting a rehabilitation model or a restorative model. I think if we could redesign our systems and our funding to help us support the people better, I think everyone is committed to this goal, and we would be very encouraged that you would consider that, and we are looking to have measures put on us for outcomes that we can provide for our residents. We're very open and transparent and are looking for this to happen in aged care.
So, Ms. Boylan, if I can just ask you then about that. You've largely funded it, I think, through the ACFI model.
Yes.
How would you see it being funded, not just for you, but across the industry?
I think it needs to be much more thoughtful. The ACFI certainly address pain, and 97% of our people have pain, and they addressed it through massage and pain relief, and that wasn't the way to go. However, it did address pain, and we also used that funding to help our people rehab. So we know that the ACFI needs to change. The ACNAP that is being proposed is also not a good funding tool as well, because it's, again, deficit funding. So say, for example, for someone like my organisation, where we're trying to keep people walking and 90% of our people are walking, we would be disincentivised to do that, because you would get a significant more money if you had people that were not walking in this model, between $177 and $257. So we would say, please don't bring that model in. We could incentivise on outcomes. You know, at the end of the day, we want to produce outcomes for our residents and our clients in community. We don't want to just do assessments, and we don't want to be doing lots of doing a lot of paperwork. We really want to focus on outcomes, and we believe if we can look at a tool, even if we reviewed the ACNAP or reviewed anything that would improve their health and well-being, rather than focusing on a medical model.
And how does one guarantee that the funds get used for the particular needs and benefits of the individual? Is that best achieved by making the funds sit with the person to benefit, or is it best by giving block funding to organisations, providers, and not just yours, thinking about different providers? I mean, you're out there in the industry, so that you know what the other providers look like. They won't all look like yours. And how does one achieve outcomes right across the whole of the industry?
I do believe the funding should stay with the provider. I do think we're an industry that is very, very committed to older people. I think if we had all the right tools and the designs and the systems, we would be more effective. And if we had the funding that went with that. I think, I'll let you talk actually. Tim, what do you want?
So I'd like to focus on the community model, Commissioner, to answer your first question. There is already some really good existing programs like short-term restorative care, which do support the client to get well with a very allied health focused intensive intervention. But they are not available for people with home care packages. People with level 1 and 2 home care packages, very low funded packages, don't have financial availability to get into that allied health pathway and then get the big increases that we do see in our short-term restorative care clients. So I think there is already existing funding models out there for the community that could help people get well and remain in the community. The other program is the Commonwealth Home Support Program. The government has not released any more of these outputs for quite a long time, and already as an organisation we have quite a lot of CHSP, allied health and therapy outputs, but we utilise them quite quickly throughout the year because our clients do appreciate the health and wellness value that they get from our participation with our services. In relation to your second question, I back what Joe says. We are very happy to be held accountable. If this funding is determined by us reaching KPIs that are mobility focused, independence focused, balance focused, then please, I am very, very happy to be held accountable for the funding that I receive to keep people well.
Yes, Mr.
Mr. Candy, would you like to respond to those matters that Commissioner Pagani has raised?
Yeah, look, there's no doubt the ACFI is a flawed tool. It's a deficit model. It's all about episodic interventions in this space. So there's no doubt ACFI doesn't work. And all the stories that you've heard in evidence previously about physios, young physios coming in and being bored and leaving the sector because they're doing 20-minute massages and all that, that's true. So let's be honest about that. It's true. So we need to get away from ACFI or change the ACFI tool. We need to have a funding instrument that really looks at wellbeing in a much broader way than it does now, and it has to be outcome-based, not output-based. Not that we did a physio we did a heat patch or something or massage for 20 minutes. It has to be genuinely outcome-based. To Tim's point around community funding, look, people can access allied health through their community packages, and there is the CHSP funding or the old day therapy. And again, the weakness with that CHSP funding is it's all about outputs, not outcomes. I know it sounds similar, but I really do believe if we're going to change the way we engage with people, partner with them, keep them active, keep them engaged, reduce isolation, boredom, and all those sort of things that see people go into residential aged care early, we've got to switch from being output-based, get a funding system that is outcome-based. Adopt that multidisciplinary approach and really look at driving achievable goals for individuals, quality of life index, depression, falls, all those sort of things. Come up with a metric that really drives outcomes and hold people accountable to those outcomes for the funding. Otherwise, I'd agree with Joe's comments in terms of the residential aged care holding the funding rather than outside bodies or going to individually to the residents living there.
And would you employ all of the people from the different disciplines, or would they be coming in as contractors? How would that work?
We currently, and I would suggest that, it gets down to size and it gets down to regionality and all that sort of stuff, but where possible, it should be employed directly by the provider. Maybe speech pathologists where you might have a lower need, you might want to contract specialist speech pathologists or dietitians in, but I think the physios, the OTs, the exercise physiologists, we want them to work for Life Care. We don't want contractors. We want people that work for us that get what we're about. The experience that we're trying to create for our people. We want to partner with on their journey as they age. We don't want someone coming in as a contractor. So I think there's a strong correlation. Clearly, the Southern Cross model supports that you need to own and develop and train these people in your expectations about what we're trying to deliver. And maybe when you've just got specialty things, such as speech pathologists, that you might want to actually just bring them in as needed. But wherever possible, I think you've got to try and have them employed, develop them, train them in actually working with aged care. A lot of people come out of university, they've got great qualifications, they've got no experience of working with the elderly. I know my own mother goes to a wellness centre, and she said, Alan, the physio there, he's young, he's straight out of university, and really he does not get what it's like to be an 82-year-old lady. And I think we need people that are actually trained, that get that, and tailor programs and outcomes for the elderly. And you can only do that by bringing them in the tent, so to speak.
So the question really is there a sufficiency of funds overall to fund this system? And you're saying no, obviously. You're also saying the incentive structures aren't right to do so. So what we've heard consistently, or what I've heard consistently for the last 18, 20 or so months, is that these services simply aren't provided. And what I heard this morning, or what you were saying, Ms. Boylan, is that you've had to, in effect, use the ACFI funding mechanism to give you sufficient additional funds to do what you wanted to do. So I think if you were to keep an existing funding mechanism with people, allied health professionals employed by providers, then there needs to be a very strong accountability system associated with that, as each of you has said. And that's the only way you could countenance putting more money into this sector and expecting to get any results from it. Am I right?
Yes, absolutely agree.
Can I just clarify one thing?
Yep.
We've not done anything special about ACFI. We just do ACFI the way we've always done ACFI. We're a not-for-profit, we've chosen to take a lower margin. It's from the board down, that we're committed to this wellbeing approach. We want to address loneliness. So we're just taking a lower margin to do that. We're proud to do it. We've spent a lot of money outside of the normal funding to go and do it. We're fortunate to be in a position to do that. But the basic premise, if we're going to get more money, there needs to be greater accountability for outcomes. I would support.
Yes, agree.
If Life Care and Southern Cross Care, and I'll address this to the three of you, and I'll start with you, Mr. Candy. Life Care and Southern Cross Care are two examples of allied health services being delivered well to aged care recipients. How transferable are the two models that Life Care and Southern Cross Care employ? If you're doing well, why can't others?
Well, I think Tim and Joe probably already touched on this a little bit, their evidence. I think you need a commitment from the top down. You need to have that commitment. You need to be prepared to invest in it. You need to actually research it. You need to actually get the right people involved. And you've got some cultural change to do in your teams more broadly that have traditionally been very task-focused in this individual sort of approach. So I think it requires total commitment from the top down of the organisation. It needs to become part of your DNA. If not, it's not going to work. And it's about us being accountable, I think, as a sector and as individual providers, not just for the basic care needs, not just for achieving the standards, but aiming a little bit higher and having a system that whilst holds you accountable, supports some innovation and supports doing that, actually taking that holistic approach. Whereas right now, too many providers under financial pressure are focused on meeting the BA requirements so that when the assessors come, they meet that rather than actually stepping back and being able to look at what the individual needs. So I'd say, look, we've got to get the funding right, we've got to get the accountability right, and organisations from top to bottom need to be focused on wellbeing and taking a holistic approach to the people that live with them, either in the community or live with them in the residential care, or work with them in the community setting or in the retirement village setting. If you don't do that, you can put all the money you like in there, it won't go anywhere.
Mr. Candy, are there features of the board, of the executive level, or of your role as CEO at LifeCare that you consider are unique to other executive, the composition of executive level at other approved providers?
Probably, we're all the same, we're all different. Look, we've got a very stable board. I've been here 10 years, the chair's been here 12, 13 years. Look, we've been on this journey probably for 9 of the past 10 years in one way, form or another, and we're just picking up pace and accelerating, and our commitment to it's just growing over time. So this has been a long-term investment. We've put a lot of time and energy to make sure that we're financially viable, which allows us to do these extra things. I think it is transferable. I think the sector tends to be very conservative, and I think that conservatism and the system that doesn't reward innovation, almost in some senses can punish it, actually impacts the thinking of a lot of boards within the sector. I think most boards and most executive teams around the country would have the ability, whether they have the confidence within the current frameworks that we operate would be the question.
Ms. Boylan, I'll turn to you and ask you that same question I posed to Mr. Candy. If LifeCare and Southern Cross are doing it well, why can't others? And are there aspects of the executive level of Southern Cross Care that are unique in your view?
We do have an exceptionally good board who have understood the importance of this. I'll be very honest with you, I've been in the industry a long time, and I can tell you 100% everyone can go to this model, 100%. It's very replicatable and quite easy to do in the sense that it's not hard to think about, but it's quite an extensive amount of work to take on a whole of system change. So a whole of system change of the industry means that every mindset, you have to change every mindset from ill-being to a well-being thinking. And I have done it, and I've gone around and done all of the education. I've worked with every person and every discipline, and we take an interdisciplinary approach. So I've had to really work with the staff. But every one of them have been excited about the change. They want the change. The difficulty is that people quickly slip back into their old behaviour. So you have to really keep at it and pull the people along into those higher levels of expectation of how we should have health promotion as core business, and you measure everything. But it had to go right down to changing job descriptions, changing appraising against health promotion. Your meetings are about health. You measure how many people are walking in your organisation. 90% of our people are walking. We measure how many people attend the gym. We measure how many people engage in social and psychological activities. So you measure everything. All of these things, because of the investment of the board, I report back to them and say, these are the outcomes we're achieving with this investment. And so we should. We have to be accountable to shaping the improvement of people, not keeping them in comfort care, so to speak. And we're ready to do that, and I think the industry is. It just needs support and help to do it.
Dr. Henwood, the commissions have heard evidence over the course of the public hearings of the Royal Commission that the aged care workforce, the personal care workers, are under an enormous amount of pressure. They're task-based in their approach, and they simply don't have the time to attend to all those that come under their purview. What are you doing? What steps are working for Southern Cross Care to support your personal care workforce, to support the career pathways of your personal care workforce, where you've got a model in addition to the day-to-day tasks of a personal care worker?
So I'll start with the community and then move on to residential. So in the community, we do a lot of training with the personal care workforce, PCAs, HCAs, whichever, which it expands their knowledge about health and wellness, gives them some ideas about home-based exercise, the doing with as opposed to doing for the client, engaging the client when they are there with the client to not only support them to be more physically active, but to socially engage them as well. So we're putting all those opportunities in place for the community workforce to actually help clients be better. And in relation to opportunities, as a large organisation, we have many opportunities for those teams to actually move around the organisation between respite, the community respite programs, a variety of our other reablement programs, as well as our home support, domestic assistance, social support, and personal care. So I believe we have quite a large range of opportunities, and then we support them by giving them regular meetings, regular training, professional development opportunities within the organisation to actually feel like they are being supported and given greater opportunity. In the residential aged care setting, we have a very similar focus. We're very much about trying to re-able the client so that there is less pressure on the personal care workers in that environment. They are very large supportive teams. Again, we utilise a top-down approach where we meet regularly with each one of the RSMs, and the RSMs then work with their teams to make sure their teams are being supported. So again, giving them opportunity, giving them ownership of programs, giving them professional development, and giving them the support they need to work well within the organisation. I would like to go back to your two previous questions, if I can, Ms. Held, and address those quickly as well. In relation to the uniqueness, I think at Southern Cross Care, I think we have a lot of the right people in the right roles. So just a bit about my background. Prior to this position here, I was the Healthy Ageing Research Fellow with the University of Queensland and Blue Care Research Centre. And I spent a good 15 to 20 years of my life producing evidence that showed that older adults can be well. They can push back on disability, no matter whether they're in the community or the residential aged care setting. And so I bring a uniqueness that I can translate all the evidence that I created to practice. And I believe you heard from Jenny Hewitt, one of my PhD students yesterday, and she would have given you a great overview of how the Sunbeam project worked in the residential aged care setting. In relation, can other people do it? I don't think what we do is rocket science because there is so much evidence out there that points in this direction. What I think we do is we do it all. So I've worked with a lot of other aged care providers in the past who put gyms in, who put exercise programs in, who put social programs in, who try to get a better multidisciplinary team environment going. But unless you do it all, it doesn't work. You need to have the whole. It's like making a cake. You need to have the whole ingredients, otherwise it won't work.
Richard? Oh, pardon me.
Yeah, I was just going to say I've seen lots of gyms that are never used.
Yes.
So I think that reinforces it. Thank you.
We have people that ride 15 kilometres a day still because they've got so much fitter in residential aged care in the community. Mm-hmm. It's quite amazing when you see it.
Yep.
The three of you have been asked to consider draft Proposition 85, and you provided written responses to that proposition, which contemplates a split between episodic and ongoing needs of allied health services. And Southern Cross, you've indicated in your written evidence that Southern Cross differentiates between early intervention and recovery programs. If a funding model was introduced that had that split between episodic and ongoing needs in the delivery of allied health services, would that address the concerns that you've given evidence about in respect of the ability of your respective providers and providers more broadly to be able to deliver allied health services in that holistic fashion which the three of you have described. And I'll turn to you first, Mr. Canby.
Look, I think it'd be a big step. I think it'd be a big step forward in the right direction. But the current system really doesn't really fund allied health. It doesn't really fund allied health. It's been very focused on pain, so the allied health tends to get involved in pain. So I think a switch to a model where we are being encouraged to intervene early, like we've discussed today, and then an additional top-up payment where you're actually providing longer-term re-enablement for people has to be better than the current system. So Life Care would support that as a principle. We think the providers within the sector are well placed to do both, and we would encourage the funding be targeted at both rather than having external bodies come into the homes to provide that sort of, particularly on the ongoing part of the funding. I think that would just actually create different problems. We'd have more people involved in the care in terms of getting that communication, understanding the family, keeping the families informed and keeping the loved ones that are living with us engaged in their care. I think it would actually confuse it and make it more difficult. So I think it's a good step in the right direction, provided it stays with the providers and again is outcome driven.
Ms. Boylan?
Yes, I agree. It would be a fantastic start. I see that episodic as that more intensive rehabilitation. So it's very important for the public to understand that someone, particularly in residential and in community as well, it's the same, is that people can have 3 to 5 declines in the time that they live with us or the time that they're receiving that home care package. And it's our job to quickly recognise that deterioration, jump in, provide that interdisciplinary service with a multidisciplinary team, push them back up from their setback, back above that disability line and move on so that they can go back into their normal pathway in life. That there is quite a phenomenal thing that you could do for us, because without that episodic intensive program, the person will continue to decline on that trajectory down into an academic term called dwindling. And it's where you're in established frailty and you're not living and you're not really dying. And it's a very poor place. It's a very poor situation that we give our elderly people, dwindling. So our job is to keep them out of dwindling above that disability threshold, and we can only do that with episodic care. More infrequent care is that maintenance type care, which is where we send everyone to the gym and keep them being strong, that strength and resistance that they receive from the gym through that infrequent care, that weekly to 2 to 3 times a week in the gym is very, very important as well, because that prevents some of the episodic care. If we can get in front of provide prevention, give people access to prevention, we're going to be well on our way. Address with episodic from a setback, and I think people will have a much better quality of life right up until they die. So my goal is to keep people walking until they die. And generally we can keep most people in that place.
Dr. Andrew, would you like to respond to Ms. Boylan?
I would. I agree. Look, it's all a step in the right direction. Anything that pushes us towards a preventative and a reopenment model in aged care for clients independent of community or residential aged care is phenomenal. My biggest issue with the terminology of ongoing and episodic is it sounds like there'll be barriers put up if we need to respond rapidly. So if we do have somebody who is having ongoing physiotherapy leading to a maintenance phase of exercise physiology, they have a change in their foot integrity, then they might need 1 or 2 a podiatry sessions. And if there's a barrier between us being able to get that podiatry done rapidly, then that will only impact the rest of that treatment pathway. So hence I'm hesitant to label the treatment that somebody might need. The complexity of some of the conditions we see, even with people living in the community, high levels of medications, high levels of comorbidities, we need to be able to respond rapidly if we are to get those people onto the best health pathways. And by labelling things ongoing and episodic, I think we might be seeing barriers emerge in that treatment pathway.
Commissioners, that concludes the examination of these witnesses. I'm mindful that there might be matters you seek to raise.
Thank you. Mr. Briggs?
Yeah, if I may, given we've got a bit of time. So in effect, what you're arguing for is a unprescribed, and I don't say that in a pejorative way, pool of funding that can be drawn down flexibly according to the particular needs and circumstances and wants of any particular older person within the caring system. Yes. I'm right about that?
Yes.
Saying it in a sloppy kind of way. So what that would take you to in a traditional funding form is X dollars per person at any particular tier of care. Would that be right, or would you see something more refined than that?
I would say to do, right now we're on an ACT fee of around $195 to $199 a day per resident. And in that model, I can pay for physios, OTs, exercise physiologists, fitness leaders, dietitians, dental hygienists, social workers, nurses, to coordinate a multidisciplinary team in an interdisciplinary way to get people as well as they can be to live that life. So it can be done. I think we need to be looking at the most seamless way of doing this. Really, I think that is because you have to act quite fast. Once you recognise that decline, you have to act quite fast.
I believe Richard. Sorry, Commissioner. I believe Richard Rosenborn suggested a modification to the ACT fee, which was more had greater recognition of functional wellbeing that could be brought to residential aged care clients by broader allied health intervention. And my understanding is at the time that was debunked by the Wollongong model, which has then informed the ANAC tool. That proposition did have a funding allowance inside it, is my understanding, which did reward people for multidisciplinary intervention in that residential aged care setting to put people onto a wellness pathway.
Okay, so there. Sorry, Mr. Candy, go ahead.
Just to go back to your original question, look, I think we need to move away from ACT fee being the solution to this. I don't think block funding, to go back to the old term, is the answer. I think a more nuanced system that is very outcome driven is the answer. I don't pretend to have the full answer for you, but I don't think going back to block funding, I don't think tinkering with a system that is totally about deficit is going to fix wellbeing in the context we're talking today.
Okay. And have you any ideas how you can get that nuanced system? other than by providing money, right? Sorry, go on.
Well, we know a sum of money. It costs about $200 a day. To be able to do it. And really, when you think about it, that's not a lot. When I was talking to you about the outcomes, and we all agree the outcomes are the most important, when you have people in a better state, when you have your nurses and allied health working together for one goal, that collective goal, you've got greater case management going on. So therefore, you're addressing all of the issues that are in play. And so Consequently, you don't have the economic burden or the financial burden to the hospital because you've got unmanaged things. The more allied health, the more of this mindset for early intervention, for case management, greater case management, to address a problem, the less people will go to hospital. And in the last 2 years, I've had 67% reduction in hospital transfers. So it can be done. We just have to change our mindset. It needs a lot of education and a lot of system design to be able to do that. But it can be done. It is easy to be done.
In relation to the community, CHSP is an underfunded program for what I do. In the sense that we deliver high quality projects by allied health professionals who've been with us for a long, long time, so they have the knowledge to support the complexity of the needs that we deliver. For a long time, it did work as a program when we didn't utilise all our outputs, but now what we need is an extension of both the dollar value of each of those outputs and the number of outputs so we can service all the people who are coming through our front door. In relation to the home care packages I mentioned before, there's some great programs out there already that could offer home care package clients better health outcomes. But we're not allowed to use them because the government restriction is that people with home care packages can't access them, though they'd be the people who would benefit from them the most. So I think there's some existing models already in community. They just need to be reviewed in relation to their funding. And I do also think as well that we should all be held accountable. I think it's too easy for us to all use up our outputs or run our short-term restorative care programs or say that we're spending this many dollars out of a home care package. But I think we should all be held accountable more so those people who are doing a good job are truly rewarded financially for the hard work they're putting in to keep those clients well.
Thank you. I think we might have run out of time. I'm mindful that we've got the next group about to come. Look, thank you to each of you for the work that you've put in. These are difficult questions, and they're questions that are obviously exercising our minds. They go to the heart of the matters that we need to look at, and we're very, very grateful to each of you for the time you've put in, the submissions you've made, the time you've made available today, the engaged way in which you've responded directly to the questions. And if that weren't enough, you'll be given an opportunity after today to say anything more that you'd like to say. And I must say, we'd like to hear that. So please take advantage of the opportunity to add the questions that we've been asking you, the kinds of questions that are obviously on our minds. And we would be grateful for any further thoughts that you might have. So thank you again, Mr. Candy, Dr. Henwood and Ms. Moylan. Thank you very much indeed.
In addition to excusing these witnesses, I believe Ms. Veal of Council will also seek to be excused.
Yes, thank you. I need formally to excuse you so that you can run about the streets without risk. And Ms. Veal, I don't know that I need formally to excuse you, but you are formally excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Knowles.
Thank you. Bye.
I believe in respect of the next witnesses, there are parties with leave to appear that wish to announce their appearances.
Yes.
And I think they are present in the hearing room.
Yes, Mr. Ford, you announce your appearance?
I do, Commissioner. My name is Fordham. I appear for the State of New South Wales.
Yes, thank you. And Ms. Durkee? Well, I can't hear you, but I can see you, and I hope that I've more or less pronounced the surname more or less correctly. You can nod, I suppose. Okay. Well, unless you really want to say something, your appearance has been noted. And if you want to say something desperately, just put your hand up and we'll try and deal with the issue. Otherwise, we'll press on. I heard the thank you. All right.
I now call Dr. Nigel Lyons and Dr. Chris McGowan.
Yes, Madam Secretary.
Dr. Lyons, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Dr. McGowan, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Mr. Knoll.
Thank you, sir. Dr. McGowan, can I ask you to state your full name for the Royal Commission?
It's Christopher Henry McGowan.
Thank you. And Dr. Lyons, if I can ask you to do the same thing.
Nigel Joseph Lyons.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Lyons, there are two documents from the New South Wales Government that have been provided to the Royal Commission, and if I can identify them so that they can both be brought up on the screen in front of you. The first bears the document identification number NDH.0011.0001.0001, and the second, which I'll bring up alongside that one, is has the number NDH.0015.0001.0001. And is that the first page of those documents? Do you recognise those documents, Dr. Lyons?
I do.
Yes. And do you have a copy of those documents before you?
I do.
Yes. And do those documents set out the New South Wales Government, and in particular the Ministry of Health's position on the draft propositions that have been the subject of evidence and examination at this hearing of the Royal Commission?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Have you read them lately, those documents?
I have.
Yes, and is there anything that on behalf of the New South Wales Government you wish to change at all?
It will only be in the context of the oral health response around the NPA, and I'm happy to provide some further advice when we get to that point.
Thank you, Dr. Lyons. So subject to that, though, that is a true and correct representation of the position of the New South Wales Government in respect of those matters?
It is, yes.
Thank you. I seek to tender those documents, Commissioners.
Yes, those two documents will be Exhibit 17-23.
Thank you. Dr. McGowan, you're the Secretary of the South Australian Department of Health and Wellbeing.
I refer to as the Chief Executive in this jurisdiction, but essentially, yes.
Yes, thank you for that. And aside from your work as Chief Executive of SA Health, what other involvement have you had in your work experience with aged care?
In my previous position before this, from 2006, as I recall, to 2018, I was Chief Executive of the Silver Chain Group, which is originally Perth-based, but latter more nationally operating community-based aged care. In early days, it had a number of residential aged care services and a retirement village or two, but they were exited by the program. We concentrated on community-based aged care and community-based health care and palliative care. And before that, I was involved in running hospitals and various roles across the health and disability portfolios.
Thank you, Dr. McGowan. Dr. Lyons, you're the Deputy Secretary of the New South Wales Ministry of Health.
That's correct, yes.
Yes, and have you had, outside of that, any involvement with aged care yourself?
Only insofar as being a chief executive of one of our health services. So in that role, I was responsible for a number of public aged care facilities, but also had a responsibility of ensuring that we had very close connections with all of the other aged care providers in the district. And of course, aged care is a really important part of your responsibilities as chief executive of health service.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Lyons. Now, if I can stay with you for the moment, New South Wales, in its response to the draft propositions, has provided a response specifically, among other things, on a draft proposition relating to older persons' mental health services. And in that regard, it said that state and territory-based older persons' mental health outreach services are not an appropriate vehicle for routine mental health assessment and care to address lower-level mental health needs.
That's correct.
Yes, thank you. Now, can I take you to the relevant proposition going to older persons' mental health services, providing an outreach service to aged care recipients? And that is at tab 28 of the General Tender Bundle, document RCD.9999.0343.0002 at 0007. I'll just bring that up there. You'll see the part that's enlarged shows proposition M5 with the paragraphs immediately below it. Now, proposition M5, I should just say, if it is not proposing that these outreach services would be providing routine mental health assessment and care to address lower-level mental health needs, would you be more supportive of it if it were actually staying with the role of older persons' mental health services as they are presently configured, such that it deals with people at the more acute and severe end of the mental health spectrum?
Certainly, I think our issue would be that these are highly specialised teams where the expertise and capability of people who've got that knowledge and experience in treating people with more complex and more acute needs, they're scarce, and we need to ensure that they're appropriately providing support to those most in need. So it's about that issue of the routine care, which is the one that we had some concern about, which is we don't want to see a solution of a highly specialised team providing that routine care when they really need to be there to provide support for that subspecialty and highly experienced knowledge of particular complex cases.
Yes, but those particular cases that you refer to should be addressed by an older person's mental health service for people generally in the community and also in residential aged care or receiving high-level home care. There shouldn't be a distinction drawn on the basis of whether or not a person is receiving aged care, should there?
No, not at all. In fact, it should be equity across all of groups, no matter where people reside. That would be our position, but really targeted towards those people most in need, and in particular those who, if they didn't receive that care in the community setting, would be at high risk of admission to a hospital or mental health facility.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Lyons. So I take it then, if it is focused on that particular cohort of more severe cases, would New South Wales be more supportive of the draft proposition insofar as it extended to outreach to residential aged care and home care where people are unable to travel, residential aged care, pardon me?
Yes, as long as some of the other responses and propositions are actually appropriately dealt with as well, which is about improving access for those more routine mental health services. And
yes, that would
the current barriers are overcome. Yes, we would support that.
And I should add, not just residential aged care, but obviously in the community, the fact that a person is receiving an aged care package would not exclude them from coverage of an outreach service of this kind.
That's correct.
Yes. So I take it on that basis, provided that that is clarified, New South Wales would be generally supportive of this draft proposition.
Yes, we would with those changes of clarification.
Yes. Dr. McGowan, can I turn to you? What's South Australia's position on this particular draft proposition relating to outreach services provided to aged care recipients in respect of older persons' mental health services?
Largely aligned, I think, with what Dr. Lyons was saying. Certainly the provision of acute or responses to escalations in mental health issues in either the community or in residential aged care, I think sits nicely with the state's responsibilities, essentially responding to the what we would consider the non-primary care and ongoing responsibility. I think and so generally supportive of it in that context would be the short answer. I can bang on a bit about the differentiation between the layers of mental health response, if you like, but certainly if there's a short-term escalation in need that has the potential to result in an admission to hospital, the state has an obvious interest in responding to that preventatively or managing that in an outreach sense where it's a better outcome for the patient.
Thank you. Dr. McGowan, can I ask you this? Are you aware of inconsistency between the eligibility requirements of one older person's mental health service against another? Are they routinely the same, or do they differ from one place to the next in terms of what kinds of people are considered to be eligible to receive these services?
Again, like Dr. Lyons says, I would hope there wasn't anything other than a difference in access to services, anything other than based on need. I think there's likely to be in practice that if in rural areas it's more difficult to provide outreach services, and technology is increasingly overcoming that barrier. But I think there is an inequity in access. But I don't think that's because there's any desire for it. I think that's an artefact of pragmatic circumstances.
Yes, thank you, Dr. McGowan. Dr. Lyons, can I ask you to respond to that question as well? Are you aware of any inconsistencies or differences in the approaches taken by older persons' mental health services to eligibility and access to outreach services?
So not by design of the system or policy of the state, but in line with what Dr. McGowan said, in practice, when you move out of metropolitan settings into more regional and rural, having access to that level of expertise is a challenge. And again, we are doing our best to overcome that through use of technology, but it is a barrier for people who are living outside of those larger metropolitan settings.
Thank you. When you say that you're doing the best with technology, are there other things that you have considered that might overcome those barriers that you're describing?
Well, workforce distribution for us, mental health services in the public sector, particularly for the specialist psychiatry services, is an ongoing challenge, and we've got a multitude of strategies about how we continue to encourage support, address issues that are barriers to psychiatrists working in the public sector in rural environments, but they're ongoing.
Thank you, Dr. Lyons. Can I now move forward in that document of draft propositions to the proposition relating to dental outreach services, and this is at pages 9 to 10, proposition D1. Sorry, when I say 9 to 10, 0009 to 0010. Thank you, operator. And the bold text you'll see there on the screen at the bottom of the first page, the top of the second, sets out the proposition, which no doubt you're both familiar with. Dr. McGowan, South Australia, and I don't intend this as any criticism in the slightest, but South Australia hasn't provided a written response to the draft propositions. Can I ask you now, what's South Australia's position in respect of this particular draft proposition relating to dental outreach services for people in residential aged care or receiving aged care in the community if they're unable to travel to receive public dental services?
With the caveat that my answer is obviously not an answer that's approved by Cabinet or the likes. And again, my apologies for not, can I make a general apology for not putting in a submission?
No apology required, Dr. McGowan.
Well aware there's a fair bit going on in the health sector at the moment. So again, with that caveat that this isn't a Cabinet approved decision, I think generally we're very supportive of increasing and ensuring there's appropriate oral health care for older people. There's quite a lot of evidence that poor oral health, both in the community and residential aged care, is associated with poor nutrition and general accelerating of the frailty process. I know there's been quite some research done on early intervention in oral health for people in the community. I think, as I recall, that was part of the over 70 aged care assessment process that was funded through the MBS, and there were some trials with the dental service here where oral health assessments, very light touch question, and positive, then they would get I recall, an oral hygienist or the like to do a more thorough assessment. And the preventative impact of that was quite significant, preventing people from deteriorating in their health, requiring nursing home levels of care, and also general health and well-being. So we're supportive of the notion. We do some of it here. We have an older person's mental health service, older person's oral health service, and we do, we have quite a range of services offered both through vicariously through the private system and some nursing homes, I'm aware, but it is finite and limited and is not universal, I'm afraid.
Yes, thank you, Dr. McGowan. Dr. Lyons, in New South Wales general response, which I might just try to bring up beside the proposition, which is document NDH.0011.0001.0001. You have said that this is not supported by New South Wales. You have also referred to the need for an ongoing sustainable funding arrangement. Can you just say what you're referring to there in terms of that arrangement? What do you have in mind?
I think our concerns are around the fact that the NPAs are usually the 5-year duration and are subject to decision by the Commonwealth government about ongoing funding. At the moment, as you may be aware, we're in a situation where there's a 12-month extension to the current NPA.
Yes.
That creates challenges for us in delivering those services, in that there is not certainty about the future of that arrangement, and that can create problems in terms of retention of workforce and ensuring that we can continue to provide appropriate levels of care. What we would like to propose is something that is enduring and sustained, and something around the equivalent of the Child's Dental Benefit Scheme for older persons, which would mean that there is an ongoing arrangement where there is support provided under a voucher arrangement, which could have limits applied and certain criteria to access. But that enables the aged care resident or older person to receive appropriate dental care through the use of that voucher, and that can be provided by either public service dentist or private dentist, as is under the arrangement for the Child's Dental Benefit Scheme. And the benefits of that are around the ability to provide care and the ability for residents to have choice about who provides that care, wherever that's possible, and for that care to be delivered in a way which optimises the use of these health professionals, particularly when you move into rural communities where you might have a resident private sector dentist who would be able to provide services to the aged care facility in that community, whereas for the public sector, it might be more challenging to get the dentist who might be in a larger metropolitan centre, not actually in that centre and providing the outreach. It's also got the benefits of the capital is often in place in those facilities, so it's really just around the service provision, and we are quite attracted to that sort of model, which would give then certainty and enduring funding streams, but also, I think, ensure that the aged care providers, who are usually national chains, or often national chains, they would have consistent application of this scheme across the whole country, which would simplify how they can ensure that their residents have access to it.
Just on that, Dr. Lyons, the first point you raised about engaging private practitioners, that could still occur via a dental health, public dental health service, though, couldn't it? That the public dental health service could either engage a public dental practitioner or, alternatively, a private one. That is a conceivable possibility.
It is, but there are complexities in how that's actually undertaken, and it would be much more streamlined, but also I think put the choice of who actually provides the care with the resident or the provider around how those arrangements would be struck, which is cutting out an arrangement between the public sector and the private providers.
And that funding arrangement you described as a voucher type system, it's essentially, is it based on a fee-for-service model? Is that what you are contemplating?
Yes, it's the equivalent of the child dental benefit scheme, where there's basically a cap, I think, of around $1,000 over 2 years currently for children to access, and there's certain levels of funding provided for certain treatments under that arrangement. We could, I'm sure, something similar a similar scheme could be arranged for older people.
With the child dental benefit scheme, one of the things that has come to light, and you may be aware of this, is that there is underutilisation of the scheme. Is that something that you would have any concerns about if you were to employ a model such as this in this context?
I think you would need to look at how the scheme is established to mitigate that risk, but I'd just say that in relation to the current NPA with the capped arrangement, there is often an issue around access for people under those arrangements as well. So it's about the design of the scheme and what you put in place to try and mitigate the risks of under or overutilisation or capped arrangement. And
yes. Thank you, Dr. Lyons. Dr. McGowan, what is there anything you wish to say arising out of what Dr. Lyons has just said?
I absolutely concur with Dr. Lyons in his view that the engagement of the private sector is an important part, both from a workforce point of view, particularly in the rural areas, and from a appropriate use of capital point of view. So I think that's right. I am of the view that that access to dental care is greatly enhanced if it's triggered by sort of ongoing assessment of the need, rather than leaving it to people just to be a demand-led initiative. So, keeping oral health checks frequent in the context of primary care, and then making sure referrals are timely. And I say that because our experience a decade or so ago was the system, our public dental health system here was increasingly overwhelmed by people who were seeking emergency dental care rather than preventative, and got into a sort of a downward spiral until we put some initiatives in place to try and arrest that and get preventative dental care going. We've got it back onto more of an even keel. But I concur with much of what Dr. Lyons has said.
Thank you, Dr. McGowan. Just on picking up a point that you raised there, you refer to that preventative aspect of dental care, and presumably you've seen what is set out in Proposition D4, which goes to funding for oral health therapists and other therapists and hygienists. Can I ask you, it may be that you've already stated effectively what the answer is from what you just said then, but what's South Australia's position in respect of that draft proposition to fund those types of people so that they are in the aged care system doing work alongside aged care workers to provide oral health assessments and the like?
We're very supportive of the increase in the scope of practice for allied dental health workers in their various forms, and it is a way of addressing the workforce and both the workforce shortages, but also ensuring that people are detected early and with the scarce resources we've got for dental care, that they're prioritised effectively. So we're very generally supportive of D4.
Yes, thank you, Dr. McGowan. Can I move to another document? It's the draft proposition on allied health, and that is RCD. Oh, the operator's ahead of me. I'm indebted to her. So the document, you'll see the first page on the screen. It's great when people read your mind, isn't it? The first page is on the screen there, and if I can take you forward to the draft proposition A5, which appears at the bottom of the second page and extends over to a table at the top of the third page. And Dr. Lyons, you've provided a detailed response to this in writing already, but in broad terms, subject to some qualifications, New South Wales is supportive of this proposition.
That's correct, yes.
Yes, thank you. Dr. McGowan, you've had some time now to consider it. What's South Australia's position, subject to the proviso that you gave earlier about not having cabinet approval of what you're about to say, but in terms of speaking on behalf of SA Health, what's the position that is taken?
I guess we're supportive of the direction. I think the provision of ongoing care. There are three pieces to this puzzle, as opposed to the two presented here. I think there is the ongoing provision of the accommodation, the linen, the food, the hotel services, the bricks and mortar to a person's life, and I think that is, it's clearly an aged care provider's responsibility. There's then the provision of the care services that are a part of that person's life. Those ongoing care services, what's probably described here in level one of the ongoing care, and that should be I think, quite layered. The care workers should recognise an older person sitting at the table not chewing well or having difficulty with chewing and be able to respond to that. So it's the level of training and ongoing need. The nursing home having access to regular oral health assessments as part of their normal primary care process. And then, as it indicates here, so not just primary care, but movement all across the allied health spectrum, including oral, but also the various speech pathology, chewing and point of view, but movement, podiatry, those sorts of things, and should be responsive to that on an ongoing basis as part of the aged care service. And when they're escalated, there is a need for that to be delivered in a short, intensive response. So what worries me is the degree to which they might all be provided by one provider. So the separation of the care that's about the health and well-being of the older person being entrenched in the residential aged care service is a concern to me. So I think this is in the right direction, but I still worry that it breaks the response to a person's care needs into sort of layers that don't connect, and that worries me somewhat.
How would you resolve your concerns in that regard, Dr. McGowan?
Well, I guess what I would like to see is primary care services that are comprehensive, including general practice, including allied health, including oral health, including mental health, that an aged care person, whether they're at home or in a nursing home, can associate with, and that provides a comprehensive or a capitated model the care they need on an ongoing basis. And that would then provide a level of assurance that the nursing home is delivering good quality care, in terms of the bricks and mortar, but also provide a much more integrated and joined up response to their care needs.
Thank you. And how would issues of accountability work between that comprehensive primary care practice that you described on the one hand and the aged care provider on the other, in terms of looking at the overall care for a person who was an aged care recipient? How would questions of accountability be resolved between those two entities?
I think certainly in the community, there would be the opportunity for, I think in one of the propositions here where you talk about a comprehensive, eligible general practice or the like, but I think if that's conceived of more broadly than just general practice, I think people can make choices about where they get their care from. It's somewhat more limited and complex in a residential aged care service. But I think if people can make choices about where they get their care from, a comprehensive, joined up primary care service in the community, people will vote with their feet. Having a nursing home with multiple of those providers is more difficult. And I mean, I'd have to consider that, but I do worry about the tendency in Australia to break our craft groups into silos, if you like, when in fact what the people who receive the care need a fairly integrated response. And it is, it's about appetite for the degree of change. Funding continued episodes of care to individuals which might target their oral health or their mental health or their physical health or their pain or anxiety or whatever, tends not to centre around what the patient really needs at a time in their life when their needs are usually quite complex. And I think that's fraught. And I would encourage the commissioners to think, is this a time in the unfolding of our health system where we start to see this particular group of people who are in a phase of their life, in the last years of their life, with very complex needs which ultimately result in their death, whether we take quite a different approach to that and see that as a time in life, a cohort response that needs a very joined up response, rather than dividing the various health needs and personal needs in silos.
Thank you, Dr. McGowan. Dr. Lyons, in New South Wales' response to this proposition, it was proposed that there be a nationally consistent funding schedule for both routine and episodic care that supports comprehensive allied health care.
That's correct.
Can you just elaborate on what you conceive that might involve, that nationally consistent funding schedule?
So I think what we're alluding to are arrangements like exist under the Department of Veterans Affairs schedules, under the current NDIS arrangements, where there's a certain level of funding provided for certain aspects which are clearly defined in certain circumstances. And I think that helps address some of the concerns that Dr. McGowan might have been talking about. I mean, we see that there is certainly a need for a multidisciplinary team approach to ensure that there is ongoing preventive and continuing to keep people as well as they can be and mobile and active to enjoy the quality of life and maximise their quality of life. But there will be from time to time episodes that mean that there will be additional care that needs to be provided. And as long as that can be addressed appropriately with safeguards around ensuring that that's done appropriately for residents, then we would see some sort of model like that being appropriate, but certainly stressing the multidisciplinary, certainly stressing that you'd want to see consistency and continuity in the care team. I agree completely with those points that Dr. McGowan made.
How do you stress those points that you raise? I guess there's continuity of care, there's probably you refer to the multidisciplinary aspect of the care in terms of the services that are provided. there's also, one would think, a need for a preventative focus. How do you bring those things to the fore in this funding mechanism?
So I think those ongoing needs should be based on a needs assessment that can be made by the provider and the multidisciplinary team on a periodic basis to ensure that there's an appropriate alignment of the reports to the need. And then what I think we're proposing around those episodic is that if there is an acute episode which leads to a change in condition, which is for a shorter time frame, then there's an escalation of what's provided to reflect the additional need. That needs to be done through an appropriate assessment and documentation of what the issues are, and then what the appropriate care to be provided and by whom. That needs to be organised through a planning process, as you've outlined, I think, in the second part of that proposition, to an aged care plan.
Yes, and there you're referring to the accredited general practice proposition, Dr. Lyons, is it?
It could be an accredited general practice, or it could be an accredited practitioner with skills.
Yes.
Early general practice.
Yes, thank you. Dr. McGowan, is there anything that you want to raise, particularly in relation to any of the draft propositions that have not been the subject of evidence today by you and Dr. Lyons, or anything in addition to the matters that have been the subject of evidence in respect of a proposition that's already been discussed?
No, I just kind of circling back to my earlier comments about thinking of this particular time in aged care. And I'm talking not about the reasonably healthy 85-year-old, but the very frail, you might use the term peri-end of life. If I recall, the average length of stay in a nursing home now is something like 18 months. I'm sure your evidence has given that somewhere. But the brutal reality is that often these people are in their peri-end of life phase. They're not in a recovery phase. I have great concerns that people live very rich lives, and they have wonderful childhoods, they have wonderful careers, they go through the joy and the pain of parenthood. And they get to their life narrative, they get to the last chapter of that, and they lose control of it. They're out of it's written for them by a health system, or it's written for them by a residential aged care or general aged care provider. I think it's really important that we have systems that make people the authors of that last chapter of their life narrative. And it's a great concern to me that when we get different practitioners, be they general practice or a hospital system or an ambulance or whatever it is, that doesn't centre around that person's informed perspective of how they want that last chapter of their life narrative to end. I think we are going to have a suboptimal aged care or peri-end of life system, which in many respects is where the risk is. I encourage us to think about, truly designing a system around about what people want, informed. If you're in the end-stage heart disease, we know what that trajectory looks like. If you're in end-stage renal disease, even the general frailties, many of the gerontologists and physicians that you've talked to are very aware of what the life trajectories look like, but rarely do they take the time to inform the patient, or the person, not the patient, the person, and the families, and let them move into that last period of their life aware, in control, making the trade-offs that they want to make about the quality of their life, the risk of dying, the risk of various illnesses. Now, to do that, you need to bring the care together in one place where that can seamlessly join up around the person, including keeping that person informed about how they're going, how their journey is unfolding. And so I aspire to a system like that more than one that is designed by the crafts, designed by the funding constraints. And I firmly believe that a system like that would cost the taxpayer less. So, but it's a great shift from where we are now, which means there'll be a lot of parties who are challenged by that and need to move out of their existing business models. I do hold the view that the business models, fee for service particularly, is a great constraint on how we deliver a very joined up response to what people are really seeking in the last sorry, I went down a rabbit hole there.
No, not at all. Thank you, Dr. McGowan. I just had one question for you coming out of what you said earlier about the comprehensive primary care practices, and that is you're effectively there described a model in which there is multidisciplinary primary care. It's centred around presumably the general practitioner or with a general practitioner in that multidisciplinary team. Now, we have heard evidence in this hearing where there have been providers who have just said that should be provided by the aged care provider. Can you comment on what you see as the respective benefits and disadvantages of those two scenarios?
My personal view really is I think that poses a risk in the context of residential aged care. It poses a risk because it puts one provider really in this, being too much across the width and breadth of a person's life, and so if that's poor, there's not enough exposure to have that to have poor care challenged. In the community, on the other hand, where the aged care provider is also your general practitioner, who's also your physiotherapist and your speech pathologist and your mental health person. If I can just draw out an example, an older person who's got end-stage, respiratory disease, for example, living in the community, you can be remotely monitoring the patient, with a oxygen saturation monitor. Very simple, very cheap. The system can say, Mr. X, his oxygen saturation has dropped down a bit. To the aged care worker, they can get a message to the aged care worker who's going out to help Mr. Smith have a shower in the morning. Could you check how he's feeling? How his oxygen saturation's down? If he looks like he's getting a productive cough, can you get the nurse? The nurse can drop in, ring the doctor, all part of one practice. The aged care worker, the nurse, the doctor, all part of one practice, who can organise some antibiotics to respond quickly, make some notes and get them out to the family. So there's comfort that somebody's watching Mr. Smith every day when they're out doing the shower. He's been monitored all the time. He's been cared for. He's in control of that story, and that's all unfolding the way he's designed it. Now, I think that's acceptable because Mr. Smith or the family can choose a different provider of that care. When you're in a nursing home, it's somewhat different. And so my preference would be that the provider of that sort of integrated response, which probably wouldn't include the daily living components in that situation, would have eyes into the nursing home and be able to detect the quality of the ongoing care on a day-to-day basis. So if that was poor, there is a natural sense of assurance there. The two slightly different models, both could be provided by the same fully integrated primary care practice, providing some services in reach to the nursing home and a more comprehensive service which included community aged care services into community members.
Thank you, Dr. McGowan. It's helpful. Dr. Lyons, you mentioned earlier you wish to say something further about the dental system. I take it from the evidence you've already given that you have said that now in respect of something akin to the child dental benefits scheme. But is there anything else that you wish to say beyond the written response of New South Wales and what's also being said by you today in terms of measures that would improve aged care recipients' access to mental, dental and allied health services?
I think through the evidence and our comprehensive response, I think we've covered everything we need to cover.
Thank you, Dr. Lyons. I have no further questions for the witnesses, Commissioners.
Yes, certainly, Mr. Gold. Commissioner Briggs?
Yes, please. Firstly, let me thank you both, but more broadly, the continuing support and commitment that the state governments have given this Royal Commission. Your contributions continue to be quite invaluable, and we do appreciate you helping us, but particularly at this time when we know things are pretty tough for everybody. Dr. McGowan, I don't think I understood how you saw the arrangement working in nursing homes with the outside coordinator liaising in. And I'm wondering, is that coordinator the general practitioner, or how do you see this work? Because what is obvious to me, at least, is that much of what occurs in nursing homes is invisible to just about everybody outside the home, and often impenetrable in terms of outsiders engaging within the system. So can you just take us through a little more carefully what you mean?
Okay, so I imagine a system where, if a person's in a nursing home, let's call her Mrs. Smith, and she's in a nursing home, and she would be relying on that nursing home to give her, food, and make sure her rooms are tidy, to give her a reasonable experience in terms of, while she's up and about, that there is people to talk to, there's activities, and so on. Hopefully, in a quality nursing home, I'd expect those caregivers who are, helping make beds, helping serve food, helping move people around and the like, would be well enough trained to recognise somebody's frailty, somebody's, oral health or speech problems or deteriorating mental health or whatever. And that's just a sign of equality. Separate from a separate organisation, being a primary, integrated, fully comprehensive primary service, might have a capitated allocation for that patient. It might be based on, some sort of assessment criteria for their needs and so on and so forth. But they would take responsibility for ensuring that the mental health and the oral health and the physical health and early detection of deterioration, and ensuring that person is aware of their health trajectory, for want of a better term, and is fully, in control of the way their future will unfold. They're not going to be carted off to hospital because they've had a fall in the middle of the night and they're worried about a broken hip or something, but that's exactly what the person doesn't want. And they would have in-reach into that hotel. As part of that capitation, they would take a responsibility. Now, I accept there's some difficulty around, if you've got 100 residents, and 100 primary care services doing all that, and it might be much more elegant to have one or two providing those services to the clients, and I accept that that is a slight clumsiness. But what I like about this model is it takes somebody who's not trying to balance a budget for the whole nursing home, and is very seized with the person's life experience and their trajectory for the end of their last chapter in their life narrative, and is actually providing a level of assurance on the quality of the nursing home. For example, if people are deteriorating and they're not being picked up and referred early, if people's mental health is deteriorating and it's not being referred to them to provide that psychological support and counselling to the nursing home about how they expect the nursing home to respond to that. And in my view, that would do a few things. That separation of the responsibilities would create an assurance on each of them. It would, I think, significantly reduce the numbers of people who, against their better interests, are taken to hospital. It would very much put people, the aged care person, in control of their life, much more so than they are now. I think it would be very supportive for families, and in this model I envisage families being part of the discussion about that, the way the person's life wants to unfold, so they're aware and feeling in control. My understanding is a lot of families of people in nursing homes struggle with anxiety, worry and concern about often their parents we're talking about here. So bringing them into a dialogue in the context of what mum or dad wants with their end of life and how they want that, how we're providing that. I guess the aim is to have everybody on one page and everybody settled about how a person's care is going to be delivered, and ensuring it, most importantly, ensuring it's delivered the way that person wants it to be.
We can't hear you, Commissioner Briggs. You're on mute again.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. What's very attractive about this kind of arrangement is that it wouldn't put the responsibility on the regulator. Sorry, I'll rephrase that. At the moment, this kind of responsibility is left to the regulator, who can't see and be everywhere. Whereas an engagement at the primary health network level, I think that's what you're saying, actually has some very good assurance, quality healthcare assurance possibilities. And that's a new idea to me. Maybe it's been mentioned before and it hasn't really gained traction in my mind, but that's quite interesting intervention. And I'm wondering, Dr. Lyons, what do you think about that?
I think there is the potential for exploring models like that. My hesitancy would be that PHNs in our state are very different, depending on a range of factors. So the consistency of how that could be delivered may be an issue that is depending on PHN by PHN. But there are a number of attractions to the sorts of things that Dr. McNeil outlined.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you both.
Dr. McGovern and Dr. Lyons, thank you again for the amount of work that you both put into the sessions today, and to your departments, no doubt, for the backup that they've given you both in preparing for today. A direction is likely to be made by us in chambers that the Council will refer to at the end of the day, so there will be an opportunity for further submissions. I hope that you might pick up on that from the issues that we've been discussing and raising. And like Commissioner Briggs, I'd like to acknowledge and thank the efforts that you've put in, given the extraordinary amount of pressures that are on the health systems right throughout the country, obviously including yours. So thank you both very much.
Well,
No, I'm sorry. I always forget. I need to formally excuse you from further attendance. Thank you very much. And the two barristers, you needn't pop up. We're happy to excuse you for further attendance as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
the Royal Commission is adjourned until 2:15 p.m. Commission.
Thank you, Commissioners. I understand that there is a party with leave that wishes to announce its appearance.
If it please Commissioners, my name is Dighton, appearing for the Commonwealth.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Dighton.
Commissioners, I call Ms Penny Shakespeare and Ms Tanya Rishnew.
And your associate?
Ms Shakespeare, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Ms Rishnew, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Mr. Knowles.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms Shakespeare, can you tell the Royal Commissioners your full name?
Penny Maureen Shakespeare.
Thank you. And Ms Rishnew, could you tell the Commissioners your full name?
Tanya Rishnew.
Thank you. Now, the Royal Commission has received 2 letters from the Commonwealth's lawyers setting out high-level and preliminary comments on the draft propositions that have been the subject of consideration at this hearing. The first of those letters is dated the 15th of April 2020, and you'll see that on the screen there, that's with document ID RCD.0010.001.0110. And the second of those letters, dated the 15th of May 2020, has been brought up alongside that letter. The first one, and its document ID is RCD.9999.0329.0001. Can I ask you both whether you have had an opportunity to read those letters lately?
I have, yes.
Thank you. And can I ask you both to confirm that they correctly set out, at least at a high level and on a preliminary basis, the position of the Commonwealth Department of Health and the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Seek to tender those 2 letters as a bundle, Commissioners.
Yes, the letter of the 15th of April 2020 and that of the 15th of May 2020 from Guildford and Tobin will be exhibit 1725. 24, 17-24.
Now, Ms Shakespeare, you are the Deputy Secretary of the Health Financing Group at the Department.
Yes.
And that includes the Medicare Benefits Division?
It does.
Yes. And you've held a number of senior positions at the department since joining in 2006?
That's correct.
Ms Rishnew, you're the Deputy Secretary of Health System Policy and Primary Care Group?
That's right.
And in that position, you're responsible, well, your responsibilities extend to strategic matters across the portfolio, including primary care, mental health and dental policy and hospital funding and Commonwealth state relations on health matters?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, can I ask you, Ms Rishnew, firstly about the improved access to psychological services in residential care initiative?
Yes.
As no doubt you'll be aware, in 2018-2019, the Commonwealth committed $82.5 million over 4 years to 31 primary health networks across Australia for mental health services in residential aged care.
That's right.
And that was intended to fill a recognised gap in services for an underserviced group, wasn't it?
It was.
And about 50% of that underserviced group, being people living in residential aged care, are estimated to be suffering from depression, aren't they?
That's my understanding from evidence that I've seen before the Commission and in AHW reports.
Yes. So there are about 180,000 people in residential aged care at the moment. Do you agree?
I haven't seen the latest numbers, but that appears to accord with my understanding.
Well, perhaps I'll ask you, Ms Shakespeare, do you know the numbers of people who are in residential aged care at the moment?
My understanding was it was more in the order of 280,000.
Yes. So, well, that means that if that's the case, there's about 140,000 older Australians in residential aged care who are likely to suffer from depression. Would you agree on the basis of the evidence that has been heard at this hearing and the AIHW data to which you've referred, Ms Rishnu?
I think on the basis of the AIHW data and what we know to date, that's a reasonable assumption.
So that is clearly a very serious and major problem if it extends to 140,000 people.
It's an area that the government's taking seriously, and in fact the improved access measure tries to address different ways of addressing that in residential aged care facilities.
Yes, and do each of you, do you agree that the prevalence of depression for people in residential aged care is much higher than that which is experienced by other Australians in the broader community?
It's not an area I have any particular knowledge on.
Yeah, and I think we would agree that the prevalence in aged care facilities is unacceptably high.
So despite that this, I think you agreed it was a serious and major problem, and despite it being unacceptably high, people in residential aged care don't have access to MBS-funded mental health services available to other people in the community. They don't have access to up to 10 mental health services funded by the MBS per year under the Better Access Initiative, do they?
So they don't have access to the Better Access initiative under MBS, but they do have access to mental health services through the improved access. And they may also be able to access psychological services if there's a chronic disease management plan in place, for example.
And can also be referred for psychology services, so psychotherapy and other allied health medicine under Medicare by psychiatrist. So that's up to 10 services individually and 10 group services a year.
Yes, I understand. But why wouldn't they have, and those things are all available to people in the broader community, the things you just mentioned?
Apart from the first initiative, which is improved access to psychological services in residential aged care.
Yes, and so do I take it then from what you're saying, Ms Rishnu, that is intended to be somehow a replacement for the 10 mental health services per year that would otherwise be funded under the Better Access Initiative, if all other things being equal?
So it was specifically designed to provide services that would otherwise be accessible under better access to people in residential aged care facilities. And through an innovative funding model that is better able to address the circumstances in which people live and provide more flexibility in designing those services for them.
Yes. So if I can take you to tab 1 of the general tender bundle, and that will come up on the screen at the moment, you'll see the first page relating to the PHN program that we're talking about. Is that do you agree that that document is, when you see it, the document relating to this program?
Yes, it appears to be.
Yes, thank you. And if I turn to page 5144, and you see in the first paragraph in that document, it says these services are intended to enable residents of these facilities with mental illness to access mental health services similar to those available in the community through the better access to psychologists, psychiatrists and general practice through the MBS initiative. So the better access initiative.
Yes, and that goes to my answer to your earlier question.
This is meant to be some sort of substitute for that, in a way.
Exactly, and you'll see from that introduction, but also from the government's announcement of that measure in the budget papers, it was specifically designed to fill that gap and provide services that would otherwise be available through better access and through a more innovative funding model.
Okay, we'll come back to the Better Access Initiative in a moment. Can I just now go then to, sorry, pardon me, if you see a bit further down, it refers in the top of the box there to commissioning of new services commencing from 1 January 2019. So
yes.
There's been a period of about 18 months now where it's been open to PHNs to commission these services to go into residential aged care and provide mental health services in residential aged care.
Yes.
You're nodding. Thank you. Sorry, just for the transcript, Ms. Vishnu.
Sorry, I will, answer.
Despite the video.
And we're getting a bit of feedback. Sorry, Council.
No, I apologise for that. Hopefully there are efforts being made to try and resolve that. If it becomes too difficult, please just let us know.
Thank you.
So if I can take you to another document now at tab 31 of the general tender bundle, and that should be up on the screen there. Do you see that?
I do, but could I ask that it be enlarged?
Yes. So is that sufficient?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So you'll see that at the bottom of the table there is a figure of 3605, and that relates to the number of clients or people who received services pursuant to this PHN program between 1 January 2019 and 30 June 2020.
Yes.
Yes, so 3,605 people have received services over that 18-month period for the whole of the PHN program.
Yes, that's the figures that I have in front of me.
Yes, and I should just say, document. Sorry, Commissioner Briggs, I don't know that you're on mute, just so you know. This document was provided by the department. So these are the department's figures for this particular program, aren't they? Yes, thank you. So
they are.
Now, underneath the table, there is a reference to the fact that some allowance needs to be made for the fact that some people didn't agree to having their data or information disclosed, and therefore this may be an underestimation of the overall figures, but the consent rate was approximately 85%. So what figure would you put at its highest that this would be? Would it be somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000?
Council, I couldn't speculate in terms of who hasn't provided consent. Obviously, we take people's privacy into account and treated carefully. I would add, though, that the program is rolling out incrementally, and so PHNs have designed the services that are being delivered in their region differently and with cohorts of residents, carers, families, professionals, and residential aged care facilities.
Yes.
So it's a progressive rollout.
I understand. Can I come back to that point in a moment, Ms. Rishnu? For the moment, though, the best figure you've got in terms of the number of people who've received services over an 18-month period is 3,605 people.
Yes.
So that's over an 18-month period, 3,605 people out of an estimated 140,000 people in residential aged care with depression who've received a mental health service through this program.
I would also add that over the last 5 months, we've been in the grips of a pandemic where we've had restrictions on people going into residential aged care facilities, and so PHNs and residential aged care have had to adjust services as well.
Yes, I understand. So you're saying that they can provide services by telehealth or something of that nature?
In some circumstances, it will depend on the facility itself.
If we went back 6 months and looked at the figure that it was 6 months ago before COVID, it was about 2,400.
That's my recollection.
So if anything, the rate has probably increased during the time of COVID.
And it's increasing with the incremental rollout, which is what we would expect, yes, particularly in areas where suppression of the pandemic has been more effective.
Yes. Well, I'll come back to that incremental rollout in a moment, but the figure, though, the best figure you've got is 3,605 people over an 18-month period who, out of a cohort of about 140,000 people with depression in residential aged care across Australia.
That's the best figure I've got.
Yeah. So in terms of what you've been saying about the incremental rollout, the program's halfway through its 4-year lifespan, isn't it?
It commenced on the 1st of January 2019 in terms of commissioning of services.
Yes. So it commences on the 1st of January 2019, but the actual commencement of the funds started for the 2018-19 year and they end in the 2021-22 year, don't they?
Yes, they do.
So other than that period of time that has already passed for the actual lifespan of the project, do you agree that over 1/4 of the total of $82.5 million has already been spent?
I don't have those figures in front of me.
Okay.
And it will depend on the rate of commissioning of services.
Yes. Well, can I take you, we'll perhaps leave that document there on the left-hand side of the screen and bring up tab 30 of the tender bundle, which is another document provided by the Commonwealth in respect of the PHN program. Well, perhaps we'll just leave that document there. Perhaps if that can be enlarged so that it can be read. But you will see there each of the financial years for the program, the two that have passed already and the 2 that are to come, hence my reference to being halfway through. And as you rightly say, there is a certain back-end nature to the expenditure. But I'll put to you that, and except for present purposes, that if you go in this Microsoft Excel document and you sum up the total of the first 2 columns, the amount exceeds well over 20 million, but over a quarter. So it's about $22 million in terms of out of the 82.5 million. So, sorry, you wanted to say something, Ms. Richard?
Sorry, Council. I'm going to have to take your word for that. We can't see the detail on the screen.
Okay, we'll take my word for it for the moment that is so, and take my word for it for the moment that based on that document, if one adds up those columns, it comes to a quarter of the overall expenditure has already been committed to the program. So with half of the time gone and a quarter of the funds expended, we have 3,605 people who've received services.
According to the figures that you've outlined there, Council, that's right. But I would also make the point that in setting up and co-designing services, there is an upfront cost.
Yes. And do you think, though, that the numbers thus far, even allowing for that, are adequate in terms of the amount of treatment that has been received by people in residential aged care of mental health services?
I'd say that we want to make sure that people who need the right services are getting the right services. It's encouraging to see the numbers growing, but we would hope to see much greater numbers.
It's not growing anywhere near fast enough, though, is it, Ms. Richard?
It needs to grow faster.
You're certainly not going to get to 140,000 by the end of the 4-year period, that's for sure.
But I would also make the point that residents have a choice to participate here as well.
Well, I guess I'm getting at, Ms. Richard, that whether they have that choice or not, for some reason or another, the services are not getting to them. Would you agree?
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. Whether the services are available and people are choosing to participate is a different question, I think, to access.
So can I just ask you then at this point, do you think that this program so far has provided the access that you would have liked to see for people in residential aged care to mental health services?
So I would like to see...
Yes or no?
Council, I don't think it's a yes or no question. I would like to see more services being delivered. We've got 627 residential aged care facility now participating in this program, and I would like more services being delivered to people who need them.
Now, do you think that in terms of the figures that we've described, that there is evidence here of an unmet need?
I think there's evidence that there is an unmet need, and that was clear in the setup of this program initially. There's need that needs to be met, and as this rolls out, we'll have good evidence about particularly how we address lower intensity, mild and moderate services and be able to evaluate their effectiveness.
Well, has the Australian government committed, to your knowledge, in the forward estimates, money beyond 2021-22?
Not to my knowledge. In the forward estimates, the 4 years' worth of funding has been provided at this point in time. But the document that you referenced, the PHN guidelines, clearly show a longer-term approach, and I would expect any government program going forward to take into account the evaluation and the outcomes of this initiative.
Well, at the moment, I'd put to you that it seems to be well behind where it ought to be in terms of the number of services being provided to a vulnerable cohort that one would think, given the numbers, would have a lot more services taken up in this program. Can I take you back to tab 31 of the general tender bundle? And if we can go to the second page, marked 9255, just in terms of the number of services over 18 months, that shows that there have been, again, subject to that potential underestimation by reason of the confidentiality issue, but the best figure you've got is that there's 20,660 services that have been delivered over an 18-month period. So if we go to Adelaide, you see that's highlighted. It's about 7 or 8 up from the bottom, and it says that there have been less than 5 services in the Adelaide Primary Health Network area over that 18-month period.
Yes, I can see that.
Thank you. And so that figure could be anywhere between 0 and 4.
It could, usually less than 5. We try not to report given confidentiality risks.
Yes, I understand that, but it could be anywhere between 0 and 4, or 1 and 4.
1 and 4.
Okay. So if it was 0, it would say 0 there. Is that what you're saying?
That would be my understanding.
Okay, thank you for that. So over the 18-month period, the Adelaide PHN has had 1 to 4 services. And do you know how many residents in residential aged care there are in the Adelaide PHN?
I don't off the top of my head, Council, but I would imagine it's many more than 5.
Well, if I put to you that it was approximately 13,000, would that sound about right?
I'd need to take your evidence on that.
Well, on the basis of figures based on AIHW data, that's my understanding, but in any event, as you say, it's many more than 5.
Yes.
It'd be at least 1,000 times more than 5, wouldn't it?
I'd be basing it on the AIHW data
Yes.
that you've just presented.
All right. Well, can I bring up beside this? I might not be able to because of the nature of the document, but if I can go back to the Excel spreadsheet that was on before, do you see at the top there, there's a reference to the Adelaide PHN? You might not be able to read that, and I apologise if you can't. But the Adelaide PHN in 2018 to 19 had $334,715, and in 2019-20 had $1,002,410 committed to this program. So that, when one compares that with other figures in the table, the Adelaide PHN was receiving amounts that, with maybe a couple of exceptions, were higher than any other PHN in the country. You're nodding. Do you agree with that?
Sorry, Council, I'm having trouble reading it on the screen, but I'll take those numbers as tendered.
Yes. So this shows that in terms of the Adelaide PHN, there was quite a large amount of money spent for that PHN, but a very low number of services that were delivered, under 5 for that 18-month period. If one then looks at the document again on the right-hand side of your screen, you will see towards the middle there is Brisbane North and Brisbane South. Perhaps if we go to the second page of this document, pardon the operator. And in Brisbane North and Brisbane South, if that's just can be enlarged, one sees that the overall figures are about 5,700. So
yes,
the number of services provided in the Brisbane North and Brisbane South areas, it's 2 PHNs, was about 1,000 times more than in the Adelaide PHN. And the funding was only slightly higher in those 2 PHNs compared with the Adelaide PHN. I guess what I want to ask you about that is, do you agree that there's quite a level of inconsistency between one PHN and the next in terms of whether or not services are delivered, and if so, how many?
So there is a difference between each of the PHNs in terms of the design of the services that they're delivering, the expenditure and the service delivered. The benefits of the PHNs delivering these services is that they have the flexibility to design what is available and draw on the infrastructure in their region and work with the providers to design the services. So there will be inconsistency in the types of services, but they are all trying to address mental health needs in residential aged care facilities.
Yes. Ms. Rishnu, but the fluctuation that I've taken you to, though, is extreme. It's a very significant variation or inconsistency in terms of how things are being designed and implemented, isn't it?
There's a fluctuation there. I'd need to go and check the Adelaide services in terms of what they're commissioning, what the design process has been, and the time frame for rolling those out.
Yes.
And the only other point I'd make, Council, in looking at the figures, the departmental expended funds would be funds provided to the PHNs, and they will be commissioning those services. And so some of the services and some of the expenditure from the PHNs won't have commenced yet.
Yes. But the delivery seems to be very inconsistent across the country in terms of whether or not you're going to get a service. If you lived in Brisbane, you'd be more likely to get a service than if you lived in Adelaide.
At this point in time, that's what the figures show us.
And the figures show that variation widely by orders of magnitude across the country.
They do, and that's because of an incremental rollout, and it will depend on the relationships that the PHNs have built with the residential aged care facility and the mental health workforce in their area, the way that they've designed those services, with the providers and the facilities, and so you'd expect some variation.
I don't doubt any of that, except that it is just so extreme, Ms. Rishnu, and we're halfway through this program's 4-year life, and there's no known commitment to its ongoing life after that. Do you have anything to say to that?
I think I've mentioned already that the commitment for 4 years and a commitment to an evaluation would then inform any government decision going forward.
Do you agree, though, when you look at these numbers, that in no way could you say that the access to services that's afforded by this PHN program is the same as the access that a person would get through up to 10 Medicare-funded services a year?
The services, so they're rolling out to be able to provide the same kind of services.
Well, why can't, given the obvious needs and given the huge numbers in residential aged care of people with a diagnosis of depression, why can't people also have the MBS item as well as this?
If I can
yes, of course,
just interject here. So there is access under Medicare to people in residential aged care facilities to some of the MBS services. What's not available to people in residential aged care facility is GP mental health plan items.
Yes. And what's the reason for that?
This was a decision made by the government that introduced the items in 2006. We're not exactly sure why that decision was made, but that has been continued through.
So you can't tell me a good reason as to why, you can't tell the Commissioners a good reason as to why that doesn't apply to people living in residential aged care.
What I can't tell you, I suppose, is what decision was based on at the time the items were introduced and residential aged care residents were excluded. But there are access to MBS, psychology services, mental health services under other avenues through the MBS.
I get that.
And we've been reviewing whether or not the GP mental health treatment plan items should be extended through the MBS task force review.
Yes, and just on that, in terms of that, why wouldn't, sorry, I've gone over this point, pardon me, but in terms of why wouldn't people in residential aged care get the same as people in the community? Everybody else in the community has got those other things that you say that people in residential aged care have, that people in residential aged care don't have this. Why wouldn't they get this as well?
As I said, we're not quite sure why that decision was made originally, but as Ms. Rishnu outlined earlier, the government identified that this was a gap in service and has developed the program that we've just been discussing, which is in its early stages of rolling out, to fill that gap.
Yes, well, we can debate whether it's halfway through or early, but in any event, perhaps I'll move on.
Can I just ask the obvious question that follows from that? Given that the average time in residential aged care is under a couple of years, many of these people will be dead before they get access to these entitlements, and that really is something that I would hope the department is concerned about and looking to address it as soon as possible in terms of the next stage of policy development.
We're looking to address mental health issues more broadly, but particularly people in residential care. One of the things that this program has been trying to do is to more flexibly engage those residents, their families, their carers, and interventions that are evidence-based that give you a different approach to allow quick rollout of these services and access to a broader mental health workforce than just psychologists, psychiatrists.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. Thank you.
Can I just follow up on one of the points that you raised there, Ms. Vishnu? You mentioned families and carers, but this program is explicitly confined to residents, isn't it? It actually doesn't extend to families, carers and staff.
The program itself is delivering mental health services for residents, but each of the PHNs has engaged with the facility, with staff, in most cases with carers and families, in the design of what is an appropriate intervention for those residents and those individuals that would actually go to mental health treatment both through group therapy, individual sessions. Some of the PHNs have engaged in therapies such as music therapy, narrative storytelling, that is showing good results from the evidence that we've seen, particularly around cognitive behavioural therapy.
Yes.
So you're right that the program is designed for the residents, but with the engagement of that broader infrastructure.
Yes, so the document at tab 1 of the tender bundle, being the guide that you referred to earlier, at page 5145, you see the what is not in scope towards the bottom of the page there, and that makes quite clear that what isn't intended to be funded in any way is services for family members or carers who are not residents. So it's not something that extends on the residents, is it?
No, that's right. These are services for residents.
Yes. Now, can I go to your first response document, RCD.0010.0001.010, and on that first page, at the bottom of the page, it's stated that it's a priority of the Commonwealth, including the agencies, that all recipients of aged care, including those who live in residential aged care facilities, are able to receive high-quality, well-coordinated health care when they need it from the health professional of their choice and in the most appropriate setting. So, Ms. Shakespeare, can I ask you, I think it's broadly accepted that the healthcare needs of older Australians are on average greater than those of others. Would you agree with that proposition?
The healthcare needs of older Australians are higher than younger people?
On average, are greater than those of others.
Well, I think certainly greater needs than younger people.
Yes, and obviously one of those things might be, an example of that might be the greater rates of depression in residential aged care.
I'm not familiar with the comparative rates of depression age groups, I'm sorry.
All right. Do you think that half of the people in the general population would have depression at any given time?
It's not an area that I have any knowledge of.
Yes. I mean, Ms. Vishnu, does that strike you as a comparable figure to what exists in the broader community? I put to you that it's not.
I think in reference to where Ms. Shakespeare was going, if you look at various cohorts, it may be comparable, but across the broader community,
yes,
they seem like high statistics.
Yes. So, do you agree that where you find a greater need, such as a particular group of people, then there ought to be a greater provision of services to that group of people if they have a greater need? As a matter of general principle, can I ask you that?
So yes, we do have many health programs that allow people to access services based on need. That's one of the key design principles.
Yeah, so an example of that would be, and you'd be familiar with this, Ms Shakespeare, last year in November, there was a change to the MBS to introduce funding for up to 40 psychological treatment services each year for people suffering from eating disorders.
I'm familiar with that change. That was based on a fairly specific, strong evidence base about the use of those services in that particular patient group.
Yes, and that's an area where there was seen to be greater need.
Well, there was fairly strong evidence that patients responded well to more intensive treatment.
Right. And in that regard, is there, and this is one of the things that you've raised in the response, you've got concerns about so-called inequities. Is that a concern for the Commonwealth in terms of what is proposed in Proposition M3, which goes to provision of up to 30 MBS funded psychological services each year for aged care recipients?
I think we did include in our letter, that one of the things we would want to ensure is that we have equity of access to services in the design of any changes to the MBS.
But does that equity of access take into account people's needs, the extent of the needs that they have?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
What I'm asking is, you've got a cohort where there are 50% of the population in residential aged care at least, estimated at 140,000 people who are suffering from depression. Why wouldn't they have a greater need that needs to be the subject of greater services that ought to be the subject of greater funding?
So there are services and funding available, and Ms Rishna has spoken about some of the particular approaches that we try to introduce. But, you know, there are other services that are being provided to people who have depression, and I imagine this would include people in residential aged care. As I outlined earlier, people can access MBS services. We have psychology services covered under private health insurance. We have Veterans Affairs programs providing access to mental health. We have outpatient services for people with mental health conditions. So we need to have a look at the full range of mental health services that are available in residential aged care. I don't have any particular data on residents of residential aged care facilities and the number of services they're accessing under the MBS, because our allied health and psychiatry are not specific to people who are resident. But it would be useful for us to look at what proportion of the number of services being provided to people over 70, for instance, might be being provided to people in residential aged care.
Yes.
So, for instance, in 2019, there were 180,000 psychologist services provided to people aged 70 and over. Some of those would have been provided to people in residential aged care. The PHN funding arrangements are not the only access currently available to psychological services.
I didn't catch that last thing you said, sorry, Ms Shakespeare, the PHN.
So the PHN program that we've been discussing is not the only way people can access psychology services.
I understand that, but the fact is, outside of that PHN program, that are missing one component that everybody else has, though, aren't they?
The GP mental health treatment plans, yes.
Yeah. And I put to you that given what seems to be startlingly high figures, that it really follows that there should be something more done in terms of provision made for funded services for people in residential aged care.
I think the Commonwealth is very happy to look at how we can best fill that need for access to services.
Can I move to another topic, being older persons' mental health services and Commonwealth Government dementia services? We have heard evidence that there's considerable overlap between the skills of dementia specialists and mental health experts. Often conditions and symptoms may overlap. Do you agree that in terms of these particular two services, there's a certain fragmentation that occurs that could be remedied by possibly even merging those services in one when it comes to older people? Can I start with you, Ms. Rishnu?
I don't have the detail of dementia services. That doesn't fit within my portfolio responsibilities. But in terms of the need for complex interventions with behavioural concerns, then a way of addressing that quickly for residents would be a good thing, I would think.
And might that be done by having a greater integration between those services somehow?
Whether it's better integration or better coordination, our main concern would be putting the person at the centre of care, making sure that they get the best services they can.
Can I move on to the topic of dental care? The Commonwealth, as you both will know, contributes funding to the state-run public dental health services, presently under the National Partnership Agreement. And as I understand it, it's about 11% of funding overall. Does that sound about right to one or both of you?
So under the National Partnership Agreement, we currently spend approximately $170 million that's matched by states and territories. So
yes.
The percentage funding I don't have in hand.
Yes. And you may have heard that yesterday Professor Clive Wright gave evidence that around 80% of aged care residents were eligible for public dental health services.
I wasn't able to hear that evidence.
That's based on eligibility for the age pension, whether it be $2 or the full entitlement, but that's what he told us yesterday in his evidence. Now, given that the Commonwealth's responsible for aged care funding and contributes funding to public dental health services, would it be appropriate in your view for the Commonwealth to contribute funds to some sort of outreach service, the nature of which is proposed in draft proposition D1, to improve access to dental care in aged care?
I think that any proposal that goes to joint funding between the Commonwealth and the states would have to be carefully negotiated with the states and territories. Under the National Partnership Agreement, we fund the states to deliver services however they see is the most appropriate to deliver on the targets that are set under the partnership agreement.
Yes, but my question to you is just for the Commonwealth's part, forgetting the fact that you might have to enter an agreement with the states later on, just in terms of the Commonwealth's position, would it make sense, given that the Commonwealth is contributing money to public dental health services and has funding responsibility for aged care anyway, to direct funds or try to pursue an agreement of the kind that's contemplated by draft proposition D1?
I think we'd need to carefully consider it and negotiate how is the best way to deliver those services. We fund the states and territories primarily for public dental health services to deliver them. There's nothing that I understand under the current partnership agreement that would preclude outreach services, but really it goes to what's the best and available way of delivering those services. Most dental services are provided through private providers.
Can I ask you this, Ms. Rishnu, that the current NPA has just been extended for 1 year, so it's not ongoing, and there's a degree of uncertainty for state governments given that it's subject to further negotiation and possible withdrawal of funding. We heard from Dr. Lyons this morning from the New South Wales government saying that he favoured a model by which something akin to what the Child Dental Benefits Scheme. Can I ask for your views on that?
So my views on...
certainty?
I think there are two issues there.
Yes.
So the extension of the existing national partnership agreement was done for a year in the context of a pandemic in 2020 and a national partnership agreement due to cease on the 30th of June. So it was made an extension for a year while long-term funding and sustainability of dental funding could then be considered by all governments. In terms of the merits of something akin to a child dental benefit schedule, there'd be a whole range of considerations for government. And once again, under that schedule, the government provides up to $1,000 over 2 calendar years for dental services. That goes to consumer choice and children being able to access that if their parents receive some kind of benefits from government. Having a scheme like that for older Australians would need to be carefully costed and considered.
Can I ask you this? We have heard evidence from Dr. Janet Wallace about the Senior Smiles program. Are you familiar with that program?
Only in the broad from the evidence that was provided to the Commission.
You're aware that she gave evidence that there was a cost-benefit analysis of the program that found that for every dollar invested, there were an estimated $3.14 in benefits to the healthcare system and an additional $3.66 in social benefits.
I'm not aware of those particular statistics.
Yes.
But it's consistent with similar evidence and research I've seen.
In relation to the cost savings of preventive measures of this kind?
In terms of the benefits of dental?
Yes. Given that, can I ask you, if the Commonwealth were to have regard to that analysis and find that it was accurate, why wouldn't it be introduced in aged care if it's saving money?
That's something that I can't comment on. That would be a decision for government. And there's a range of benefits and costs that would need to be taken into account.
Yes. But perhaps I'll move on from that. Can I ask this though? Are you aware whether or not the Commonwealth Government has even considered a program of this kind in its introduction?
I know that over many years, various governments have considered the introduction of broader dental health benefits for the adult population.
Well,
so for instance, there was a chronic disease dental program introduced under Medicare, I think in 2005-06, which was in place for a number of years. It was ceased in 2012.
Thank you. But my question really goes to draft proposition D4, and I probably wasn't explicit in that regard, but this Senior Smiles program where one actually has an embedded oral health therapist in residential aged care funded, has the Commonwealth considered a program like that itself, that there be some sort of funding of an oral health therapist service in residential aged care facilities to provide that preventative measure, to provide training for the staff, and also to provide services for cleaning teeth, dentures, and some basic restoration work?
So, I mean, not to our knowledge in the way that it's described here, the Commonwealth provides funding through private health insurance for services which include preventative dental services, but they're not specific to people in aged care or home care or residential aged care. But we certainly do provide funding to give people access to privately insured preventative dental treatments. And we know that a lot of the private sector do encourage people to regularly have those sorts of services. They're things that are usually available under general treatment policies at no gap.
So is the answer to my question as to whether or not there's been consideration of a program like this by the Commonwealth, not to your knowledge? No.
Not to my knowledge, particularly with oral hygienists.
Yes. Well, oral health therapists, oral hygienists and dental therapists.
Not to my knowledge.
And can I just track back and ask one last question on the National Partnership Agreement? Do you know how many extensions there have been of that agreement and how long the extensions typically last?
I'd be happy to provide that. I don't have that to hand.
Yes, I'm referring obviously prior to this 1 year extension, but you don't have that to hand.
I don't have that to hand. I'm sorry, Council.
Can I move on to the topic of allied health? Now, the preliminary response from the Commonwealth, and this is not intended in any way as a criticism, but it doesn't extend to this later allied health proposition, draft proposition A5. Now,
yes, our understanding, Council, is we didn't have time to prepare that as a response, but happy to cover it in this hearing.
Yes. So you've obviously seen that there's been evidence given by witnesses this week who've identified the importance of having proper access to allied health care services to people in aged care for a range of reasons, whether it's maintaining and restoring function, sustaining independence, enhancing wellbeing. So have you heard that evidence this week that's been given to the Royal Commission?
We've heard some of the evidence and I've read some of the transcripts.
Well, this morning, two witnesses gave evidence that so far as in terms of allied health, Professor Esther May and Ms Claire Hewitt gave evidence about their views on the adequacy of allied health services in aged care, and both of them were of the view that those services were not adequate. Do you agree that it's fair to say that overall people receiving aged care don't get adequate access to allied healthcare services that they need?
So I think that we probably agree that we can always improve on people's access to services, not just allied health services, other health services. But when we look at particular programs that are funding allied health services, we have good data. Again, it appears from the data that people in older age groups are accessing allied health services at higher rate than others in the community. So, for instance, under Medicare arrangements to fund allied health care through chronic disease management plans and the like, there's about 11% of the population aged over 70, but more than 43% of the Medicare funded services are going to that age group. So that's not necessarily conclusive that there's no need for allied health services, but the information that we do have indicates that people who are older in the community are receiving more allied health services.
Well,
now, the allied health
is about aged care, people receiving aged care rather than just older Australians. So,
we don't have excellent data on some of our programs about just people in aged care because they are designed for access by all Australians. Medicare, there are very few items that are specifically just for people in residential aged care accessing home care packages. We'd probably be able to get better information from Department of Veterans Affairs from their programs. I'm not sure about the level of data that we could get out of access to allied health services through public outreach arrangements. But there are many millions of services that do get provided through those arrangements as well. We've got private health insurance services.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Shakespeare. Do you agree that, just in terms of the broader, older community of Australians, that to a large extent would reflect just a greater need, wouldn't it?
So as we discussed earlier, yes, people who are older generally tend to have higher needs. Now, I'm not sure whether the 43% of all services for 11% of the population reflects just that higher need or whether it's something else. It's not necessarily something we can just extract from our data.
Can I ask this? One thing that you may be able to extract from your data is at tab 22 of the general tender bundle, there's an extract from a Stuart Brown report commissioned by the Commonwealth, and that's the first page of the extract. At page 1015, there's a reference to the percentage of home care packages used for allied health services and nursing care. You see the paragraph at the very bottom of the page. Perhaps if that paragraph could be enlarged for the witnesses. So are you familiar with this report from Stuart Brown for the Commonwealth in relation to the aged care, an analysis of aged care data?
I'm not personally familiar with this report, no.
Yes. Well, I put to you that what it shows is that there was, as is said there, the overall proportion of the package funds utilised for allied health services and nursing care, according to this, was remained negligible at 2%. So
that's for allied health services under home care packages?
Home care packages, yes.
So the home care packages are driven by consumer choice and the types of services people want to access.
What does that say to you then in relation to those home care packages and that choice that people are not choosing allied health services even if, or that that they don't need them?
Well, it is possible that they are accessing allied health services under other programs, such as chronic disease management, yes, items, or private health insurance, or some other mechanism.
Yes. Can I just finally turn to the draft proposition A5, which is at tab 33 of the general tender bundle, and bring up the draft proposition itself. It just should be coming up on the screen shortly. While that's coming up, it's just coming up. Just one of the things you said before, Ms. Shakespeare, was about the MBS files not having an identifier or flag for people in residential aged care or just receiving aged care more generally. Do you think that would be a good idea to have that sort of flag so that for your data, you could then find out how many people in aged care are accessing the MBS for these certain things?
I would personally like to know more about residential aged care residents and how they're accessing some of our whether or not it's done through a particular identifier or unfortunately we've done it through the MBS up till now, separate items that may only be available to people in residential aged care, which has the side effect of making the MBS very long and confusing for GPs, for instance, to know which item they should be billing. So I think the alternative mechanism we've looked at is having data matching through an agency like the Institute of Health and Welfare, where they can actually match up data sets, and I think that might be a way of getting to the same endpoint.
Yes, thank you. Can I take you back then to draft proposition A5? This proposes a funding model aimed at improving access to allied health in aged care. Can I ask for your thoughts on whether you think this model would be likely to achieve that aim, each of you, and why or why not you think it would?
So if I can start. So it certainly looks like this is aimed at reducing complexity around all of the different buckets of money, I suppose, we have support allied health service people who may be in residential aged care or home care at the moment. And it is quite a confusing landscape because we have MBS items, we've got private health insurance and privately insured services, we've got public health outpatient services, we've got home care packages, we've got some allied health being provided through residential aged care facilities, we've got continuity support. So there is a large number of funding programs that may be overlapping or not overlapping, not providing comprehensive cover. So it would be useful to try and reduce the complexity in that system, and I think that's what this proposition is aimed at. When we look at the particular model, though, there are some things we want to consider. So I think funding residential aged care and home care providers to coordinate the delivery of free allied health services kind of reflects for me what we are trying to achieve through home care package and home care coordinators at the moment. So some of the data that you showed from our tender bundle before probably needs to be considered there, in that the home care packages are providing very limited access to allied health services at the moment. I guess that could be addressed through the design of a new health funding model here. I think there would be some definitional or line issues around what was frequent and ongoing versus the next part, infrequent or episodic care. And just some examples there. So somebody might have a one-off health event like a hip fracture, where they will present to an emergency department, be treated in hospital, and then they'll receive the infrequent, as has been defined here, rehabilitative physiotherapy services following that hip fracture. But the hip fracture might lead to a condition that's going to require ongoing physiotherapy as well. So where do you draw the line between the infrequent and episodic physiotherapy and then the ongoing physiotherapy? So you need to work through those sorts of issues. I also think that providing the funding for infrequent allied health services through MBS rather than, say, public outpatients, it simplifies the funding structure, but the way the MBS operates is that we do control what providers charge for their services. There are MBS rebates, but we can never guarantee that there won't be out-of-pocket costs for people using the MBS just because of the way it is designed. So I know that out-of-pocket costs has been identified around this proposition as an area of concern. So it might be that you want to look at other funding mechanisms to address that.
The
only thing I would add to what Ms. Shakespeare has said is I think you will have difficulties with those definitions in terms of the two streams that are identified. And you'd want to make sure that the kind of allied health services that are provided to an individual are directly relevant to either prevention and reablement, or that go to treat an underlying condition. And patient choice. So you need to make sure that that's included in the way that the package of services or access to the service is designed, particularly for that category that would be delivered through aged care home care providers. Yep. The other thing I think it would be worth looking at is we already know there are some residential aged care providers who do have salaried staff that provide some of these treatments, and that might be an instructive model to look at.
Thank you both. I don't have any further questions for you myself, but I do want to thank you for persisting with some difficult conditions by the sounds of things at our end.
Commissioner Briggs? Can I just ask either of you, it doesn't really matter which of the two respond, in relation to this A5 model. I understand what you say about definitional questions, dividing lines and so on, but if one takes the proposition as being directed to a really broad objective, namely that people in aged care homes should have available to them the kind of care that will help them in dealing with their life on a day-by-day basis, and that's the kind of general thing that is meant by the long-term and non-episodic thing. In other words, for servicing and care of a kind that is not related to a specific incident, but will improve their well-being on a long-term basis. What do you think is the best way in which one might fund that so that it's effectively and efficiently provided to the recipients?
So I might answer? Yeah, go for it. I think that coordinating the funding for those services that might be needed as part of regular care through aged care, whether it's home care packages or through residential aged care providers, does make sense. And, I think that some of the things we see through Medicare at the moment are services for things like podiatry. And, I can imagine that there would be people who are going to need more than 5 Medicare podiatry services a year. So it may be better to have that funded through an alternative mechanism where they can get access to that, because I think most people who are accessing podiatry services, it's because they are having difficulty reaching their feet, and as well as having chronic conditions like diabetes. So that it would seem to make sense to have that funding coordinated through their aged care support. But the one thing I would say there is there needs to be involvement, I suppose, in determining what's the best approach to manage somebody's condition, where it is a clinical blood health service and not just a service that's needed for the daily incidents of life.
Well, podiatry is a good example, and oral health might be another good example, where having somebody come in on a regular basis to ensure that people's mouth and teeth are kind of okay, if not really good. Those kinds of services seem to be two examples of a kind. You can add to that sort of basic health services or healthy services of going for walks and getting up and down and making sure that you're flexing your various muscles and so on. Those kinds of things. We heard today that the providers say, look, the best way that can be done is for there to be funding on perhaps a per capita basis for us, the providers, to provide that. Now, I don't hear you saying that's not the right answer, but I don't hear you saying that is the right answer. Do you want to opt for one or other?
It makes sense to me, but I'm not an expert in aged care funding.
Okay.
And I think neither of us would disagree with improving the quality and well-being of aged care residents. Capitation models and flexible funding models need to be carefully designed so that they're not driven by the services or supply, but rather by the need and the demand. So it'd want to be carefully designed and have clear outcomes.
Yes, well, in a moment or two, we're likely to make a direction about further submissions from the issues arising out of this. Is that something, Ms. Wynch, knew that you might be able to help us with and give us some pointers about how we might go about recommending proper design?
I'm happy to take that on, Commissioner, and get some advice from people across the department that have looked at funding and capitation models.
I think that would be helpful. The A5 proposition, I think, has been seen in lots of different ways, and I don't want to settle upon any one of the different ways in which they've been looked at. But amongst the ways that you might look at it really is that there are some things that are kind of event-driven, and if they're event-driven, they ought to be dealt with as event needs require. But there are some things that are not event-driven and are kind of more, it would be good to have on a regular basis kind of thing. And there seems to be general consensus that it would be a good thing to have ongoing access to those kinds of things. And one of the questions that we may need to look at is, well, if we decide that that is the way to go, and if we're to make a recommendation about that, what would be the best way in which that can be delivered from a funding and mechanical point of view, and any expertise that you might bring to bear on that question, speaking for me, I would very greatly appreciate.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll happily take that on and talk to some experts in the department as well.
All right, thank you for that. Well, I'm sorry that I've taken... yes, Commissioner Briggs, you want to add something?
If I may, I'm just taking that a little further. This is not only an issue that is pertinent to residential aged care, it's pertinent, in fact, even more pertinent, I suspect, to home care. So if you could advise on both levels of activity, that would be good.
Yes, thank you.
Will do, Commissioner. We'll try and provide some advice that goes to how you might fund this and what kind of considerations are taken into account, regardless of the residence of the recipient.
Good, thank you.
Good, thank you very much. Ms. Shakespeare, Ms. Vishnu, thank you both very much for making yourselves available. We are very conscious of the pressures that are on the health department, not only the health department, but including the health department during this difficult time. And we are grateful that you have made yourselves available with some your answers and thoughtful submissions. So thank you for that. I think I must now formally excuse you so that you can go about your business without any risk of being arrested. So you're formally excused. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Mr. Knowles is asking me for 5-minute adjournment so that he can prepare himself.
And there's also the election in the Commonwealth Council.
Oh, yes. Well, strictly speaking, I don't think Council does need to be excused, but Mr. Dighton, if you do need to be excused, consider yourself excused.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We'll resume in 5 minutes' time.
Well,
Royal Commission is now in session.
Yes, Mr. Knowles.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, you have heard evidence in this hearing and in previous public hearings about the serious consequences for aged care recipients of poor access to health care. This week, you heard about problems with aged care recipients' access to mental health care, oral health care and allied health care. These problems must be addressed as a matter of priority. It's difficult to overstate the importance of proper access to mental health services in aged care. Around 50% of people living in residential aged care meet the criteria for major depression at any one time. This is of grave concern, and yet people living in residential aged care are not currently able to access the same funding for mental health services under the Medicare benefit schedule as people living in the community. This week we heard from UX, whose mother became depressed after a significant life event when she was 70 years old. UX told the Royal Commission that, "I often wonder if the staff at the facility have any training or expertise with mental health issues," and said that staff do not seem to recognise red flags for her mother. UX said her mother's care coordinator within the state government older person's mental health unit is a position that is reassigned to a different person every 6 months, and that, quote, "Mum feels as if she's being passed around and we feel like we're always playing catch-up," unquote. She would like to see better partnerships between those involved in caring for residents' mental health, overseen by dedicated care coordinators based at aged care facilities to improve continuity of care. You also heard from Mrs. Beryl Hawkins, who receives home care services. She described how she was diagnosed with depression around 5 years ago and said that it's loneliness mostly. She said that, quote, "It seems to me that if someone needs something physically, those needs are considered to be more important than mental needs. However, I don't understand the difference between mental care and physical care. When you get mentally sick, it's an illness," unquote. We were told this week that oral health is a very small component of health and aged care, but it's a very important component. Associate Professor Janet Wallace gave evidence that maintaining oral health at an appropriate level provides benefits, including improved nutrition, lower risk of pneumonia, decreased GP visits, avoidable admissions to hospital, and social benefits leading to better quality of life and less anxiety. In her evidence, Mrs. Hawkins also described some of the problems she has had with her teeth. She said she spent her funeral money to pay for most of the cost of her dentures. Her new teeth made it very painful for her to eat. She gave evidence that she was not able to eat a decent meal for a year because she could not chew with them, and that her painful, expensive dentures stopped her socialising. Allied health services will play a central role in ensuring that Australia has an aged care system with a focus on prevention and early intervention, one that aims to maintain and restore function for older people, sustaining independence and enhancing wellbeing. Witnesses gave evidence that allied health services play an important role in facilitating wellbeing and emphasised the importance of working with older people to identify what is important to them. Yet the aged care system is clearly not designed with a focus on reablement and rehabilitation. It should be. We heard evidence that allied health practitioners try to make a person's needs fit into a funding stream rather than making the services fit the person's need. This morning, Professor Esther May told you about her experience with her mother, who lives in residential aged care. She said allied health was not prioritised in her mother's care plan, and that her mother does not have any sort of program for the maintenance of her functions. In Professor May's words, "I would like to go into an aged care facility required or stay at home knowing I could easily access those supports that are going to enable me to continue to reach my full potential. And I don't think currently we've got that," unquote. What needs to change? Access to the mental, oral and allied health care needed by aged care recipients should be a core part of aged care services, particularly for those living in residential aged care or receiving high-level home care. This week, we explored with witnesses how access to mental, oral and allied health care could be improved for people receiving aged care services. We heard about the importance of preventative care, not just reactive treatments. Physiotherapist Dr. Jenny Hewitt told us that maintaining function is something to celebrate for older people. Associate Professor Stephen McFarlane spoke of the need to improve prevention, to keep people healthy and living in their homes and to prevent conditions requiring entry into residential aged care, and said that in his view this is a large part of the solution. Many witnesses who gave evidence this week described the importance of considering all aspects of an older person's health by undertaking holistic assessments and delivering care through collaborative multidisciplinary teams. Witnesses emphasised that oral and mental health, as well as emotional well-being, must be addressed alongside general physical health. In preparation for this hearing, staff of the Royal Commission prepared a series of draft propositions which suggest possible solutions to key failings arising at the interface between the aged care system and the mental, oral and allied healthcare systems. Those draft propositions have been tendered in the General Tender Bundle and are available on the Royal Commission's website. The draft propositions have been tested with witnesses over the past 3 days, and a number of witnesses and other interested parties provided written responses to the draft propositions before the hearing. Responses have been tendered into evidence, and those tendered responses are also available on the Royal Commission's website, along with transcripts of this hearing. We have learnt a great deal from and will consider carefully the written and oral evidence we've received in this hearing about these draft propositions. And we will do that in making submissions to you, Commissioners, about recommendations. Commissioners, earlier today you made a direction in Chambers permitting any further submissions to be made on matters the subject of this hearing, and in particular the draft propositions. Any submissions are to be made by 31 July 2020. Submissions need not repeat evidence received in this hearing and should focus on solutions to the problems we have heard about. Submissions received will, subject to your discretion, Commissioners, be published on the Royal Commission's website. Commissioners, this is the first hearing of the Royal Commission that has been conducted virtually. I would like to conclude by acknowledging the tremendous effort of work that has gone into ensuring the smooth running of this hearing, as well as the patience, flexibility and goodwill shown by, among others, witnesses, solicitors and staff of the Royal Commission and, of course, you yourselves, Commissioners. Before we conclude, though, there are 3 administrative matters to mention. After this hearing started, the Royal Commission received a submission from the Victorian Department of Health and Human Services directed to the draft propositions under consideration in this hearing. That submission has been added to the General Tender Bundle at tab 36. Second, the National Mental Health Commission provided 2 written responses to the draft mental health propositions and has made 2 public submissions to the Royal Commission. These 4 documents have been added to the General Tender Bundle at tabs 37 through to 40. The third matter is in relation to the document at tab 31 of the General Tender Bundle. This document was provided by the Commonwealth Department of Health and contains information about the delivery of mental health services through the primary health networks. We were advised this week of an error in 2 of the figures in that document. A version of that document has been provided with those errors corrected. The earlier version of the document at tab 31 of the General Tender Bundle has been replaced with the corrected version. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr Knowles. We're indebted to Council for your assistance. And as you correctly say, this has been the first hearing that we have conducted virtually, that's to say by electronic means, although some of us have been in a room together. The balance of the submissions, hearings rather, may be in similar form. And like you, we as commissioners need to thank the large number of people behind the scenes who have done a huge amount of work in making sure that the electronics have been running smoothly, as indeed they have. It's been really quite remarkable to see so few glitches and errors in the system. It has worked well. That is to say, it has worked with difficulty. It is certainly very difficult to work in these conditions, but the system itself has been made to work very well indeed. and our thanks must go to all of those. I should mention, first of all, our IT staff. I won't mention them by name, but they know who they are, and we're exceptionally grateful for the hard work in which they've done and how they've constantly been available. Law and Order has been available with people in Perth, Sydney and Melbourne to run the technology behind the scenes. They've done a really wonderful job. The witnesses who have been in the hearing have all persevered with great difficulties. A number of them have to go through a couple of trial runs, which has occupied time and effort, and we thank them very much for their patience. There's a policy team in Adelaide and in Canberra who have been very helpful. Solicitors in Adelaide, Canberra and Melbourne, including assisting solicitors who are here with me here in Melbourne. And last but not least, I want to thank the Australian Government Solicitor again for enabling us to meet here in this space. It has enabled us to work effectively and efficiently, and we thank you very much for that. We're conscious that there's been a much smaller staff and a greater burden has been imposed upon a smaller number of people, so thank you to each of you. I think we now adjourn to the 10th of August in Sydney.
The Royal Commission is now adjourned until Monday, the 10th of August in Sydney.